Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a jail and arraignment calendar for January 14th of 2025. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. I'm going to call the calendar. I'll start with the arraignment calendar, and if your attorney is present, they'll speak on your behalf, but I do need to know that you are present for the calendar. The first case on the calendar is a restitution hearing for State of Georgia versus Deandra Lamique Benton. Restitution hearing for Deandra Benton.
I believe that's my case. I believe that's my case, ma'am.
All right.
I'm Joseph.
Good morning.
Yes, he's the victim on the case, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anyone here on behalf of Mr. or Miss Benton?
If not, then Your Honor, the state would just ask that
Hold it.
Oh, go ahead.
Your Honor, I apologize. I was meeting with an inmate. What position are we working on today?
Number one.
Mr. Benton?
Yeah, Deandra Benton. It's a restitution hearing.
I believe he is online. Let me check. He sent me a text saying he was.
Well, he didn't answer, so.
He is present.
What is he present as?
He's present as King. He told me he had difficulty changing his name. Mr. Benton, if you could turn on your camera.
Wait, hello?
Hi, Mr. Benton. This is Mr. Taylor. Can you turn on your camera?
Okay.
Okay. And just kind of put your face in front of the camera. So we're looking at the blinds in the roof of your apartment, it looks like.
I'm right here.
Thank you.
All right. This is a restitution hearing in the matter of case 2024 CR 09377. Deandra Lamique Benton. Mr. Benton was charged with criminal trespass. This case was closed on December 3rd of 2024. However, restitution hearing was set for today. The victim in this case is present, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Ms. Hagler, on behalf of the state.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, for the hearing, the state would like to call Mr. Joseph Marcos.
Mr. Marcos, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right. You may put your hand down. Your witness, Ms. Hagler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your first and last name for the record.
Joseph Marcos.
And please spell your first and last name for the record.
JOSEPHMARCOS.
Okay. Mr. Marcos, I would like to draw your attention to September the 10th of 2024. Was law enforcement dispatched to that location on that day?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason for law enforcement being dispatched to that location?
Someone had broken into the back of the house.
Okay, and is this the property located at 832 Cascade Drive, Forest Park, Georgia?
That's correct.
Okay, and what county is that located in?
That's in Clayton County.
Okay, so you said that the police were dispatched to someone had breaking inside of the house. Describe any damages to the home.
Yeah, that was the window that was used to enter the property in the back of the house. And then the damage that was caused from dragging and throwing the window side. And that was namely in the bathroom area.
Okay, I'm sorry, so that's in the back of the house, you said?
That's correct. Gentleman
Okay.
climbed through the back of the house through the bathroom window. And that's where the damage to the bathroom, as well as the floor in the living room, was done. And then the door had to get replaced as well.
Okay, so for clarity purposes, you said there was damage to the bathroom, flooring. What was the other areas of damage?
The window itself that was removed,
Okay,
as well as the bathroom door itself.
okay. And then you said the living room area as well was damaged?
Yeah, that was just the floor because the window was dragged.
Okay. Regarding your property, who is the owner of that property?
I'm the owner of the property.
Okay, okay. Are there any other owners to your property, to the property in question?
No,
Okay, okay. Do you know how the damage to your property was caused?
yes.
Okay. And how was the damage to that property caused?
It was caused because the gentleman climbed through the window, broke the window, and then decided to take the window and throw it outside.
Okay. The person that damaged your property, do you see that person on virtual Zoom today, if you were to scroll through?
I believe it was the gentleman that was referring to himself as King.
Okay,
Mr. Benton, I have to
Yes,
see
no.
you in the frame.
I'm sorry. I'm putting on some clothes, ma'am. I'm right here. I'm putting on
Okay.
clothes.
Mr. Benton, you knew what time court was. You couldn't have been dressed before court. Nobody has a sense of urgency anymore. Like there's a time to do stuff.
I'm-
If you got an appointment, you can't be putting on clothes at the time of the appointment. You got to be dressed an hour before at least.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I had somewhere else to be also as well. I'm sorry. I'm right here though.
I'm sorry. We're taking a back seat to wherever else you had to be, sir. Go
I
ahead.
had
Mr. Bobos.
thank you, Your Honor. Can you point out or can you describe what he's wearing, his hair for the record?
Well, how could he do that? Because he ain't even in the frame.
He's not in the frame anymore? Okay, because my
Mr. Benton,
screen went.
there, stay right there. Don't move.
Thank you, Judge.
Whoever you're looking at
Yeah,
can't help you.
Your Honor,
That would be the individual with
Mr.
the braided hair, the gentleman, and a bit of a mustache today in black clothes.
Okay. And what name do you see on the screen?
All
For
right,
that
it's
gentleman?
not, he's ID'd in, Ms. Hagler. Can we move on?
Okay, yes, Your Honor. And regarding the damages, to your property, were you able to get any estimates?
I had already gotten the work completed. I believe I sent that via email. The invoice that I paid for the damages.
Okay, do you recall who you got that, the estimate from?
Yes,
And what's the name of the company?
that's Brightstone Home.
Okay, and, how much was your out-of-pocket cost for the damages?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. At this time, the defense hasn't been provided with any documentation of any receipts for any repairs made.
Ms. Hagler, you have something that you can send to Mr. Taylor?
Yes, because okay. Yes, Your Honor, give me
Mr. Taylor.
1 second. Thought it was already sent. 1 second, Your Honor.
I have a question. Excuse me. Can I ask a
Yes.
question?
No.
You might want to talk to your attorney, Mr. Benton.
We'll discuss anything before We'll go to a breakout room if we need to, but just let me proceed.
Take a deep breath.
And Attorney Taylor, you should have it in your email.
Oh, well, I'm in the courtroom, so if somebody
Oh,
can bring that to me so I could actually read it and see what was provided to the state by Mr. Marcus.
okay. Let me send my investigator down to take you a copy. Give me 1 second. Let me see.
If not, Miss Hagler, I'm here. I can take it down to Mr. Taylor.
Oh,
I'll stop by
okay.
your office. Okay,
Okay. Thank you,
you're
ma'am.
welcome.
All right, let me, while we're waiting on that, let me call the rest of the calendar for arraignment. Mr. Boston is here. Mr. Boston, I believe, is going to be taking a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge, we will absolutely get his case resolved. I did send some
Okay.
documentation to Ms. Hagler, and I'm not sure if that changes what's on the table, but I've been through all the kind of possibilities with Mr. Boston, and we will resolve it one way or the other today.
And he's in the courtroom?
No, Judge, I thought you said he was, I believe he should be on the Zoom meeting. Mr. Boston?
He is not. Again,
You have to be kidding me.
nope.
I talked to him last night, Judge. He assured me that he would be.
You have talked to him every night before every day that he's missed court, Mr. Lynch. Not sure what is going on and what kind of game Mr. Boston is playing, but it's gonna be a long time before we get him back on the calendar because he's wasting my time.
I know.
Marbil, Javier, Molina. Mr. Molina is here.
Hi,
Hi, Mr. Molina. Necesito interpretar.
sí,
Un momento. Miss Val, oh, there she is. There you go.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Molina, did you have an attorney or did you need an attorney?
Señor Molina, ¿tiene usted un abogado o necesita usted un abogado?
no tengo abogado, necesito uno.
No, I do not have an attorney and I need one.
Okay, so I'll appoint the law firm of Lister, Holton, Dennis, Mr. Lynch, and Mr. Taylor are in the courtroom.
Yo le voy a asignar el bufete de abogados de Lister, Holt and Dennis. El señor Lynch y el señor Taylor están en la sala.
Do you have a recommendation on the Molina case, Ms. Hagler?
Señorita Hagler, una recomendación en
1 second, Your Honor. Deputy Chief Ponder is going to be giving that recommendation. Just give her a few seconds, Your Honor. She just came back from the courtroom.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hagler, did you say that Ms. Ponder?
Yes, Deputy Chief Ponder is going to be giving the recommendation. Just give her a few seconds. She just now getting back from the courtroom on Molina.
Okay.
On Molina.
Yes, just give me 1 second.
Okay, Chief, that's fine. And Zoe Tyler Ashlyn Moses.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Moses, do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you need to have one appointed to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'll appoint the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis to Molina and Moses. All right, at the appropriate time, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with the attorney so they can speak to you. But for now, do you know how to use the chat function?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I need you to chat your phone number, full name, email address to Mr. Taz Taylor or Mr. Lynch in the courtroom. So you're going to chat it to courtroom 304.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and make sure you chat it directly to the courtroom 304. You can pull down where it says everybody in blue. If you click on that, it'll bring down the whole list of names, and you're looking for courtroom 304.
Okay. I see when I press chat, I see everyone, but mine is in black.
Okay,
And
do you see at the top where it says everyone? Click on that.
yes, ma'am. Mine is black and it's not clickable, if that makes
It's
sense.
not.
No, ma'am. I'm on an iPad. I'm not on a laptop. I don't know if it's different.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works with the here.
Could I just send it in the chat?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor, Miss Moses is being appointed and she's going to send you her information in the chat. Mr. Molina is being appointed and Miss Ponder is going to give you a recommendation from Molina in a minute, okay?
Thank
Yes.
you.
And I have a recommendation, Your Honor, when the court is ready. And good morning.
Good morning. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. For Mr. Molina's, the state's recommendation for count 1 is a $500 fine. On count 2, the state is offering a $100 fine suspended. He is NOLO eligible. At this time, Your Honor, he does have an active bench warrant.
Thank you. All right, Miss Bermudez. Where'd Miss Bermudez go?
Yes, ma'am. La recomendación del Estado para el señor Molina es que por el cargo número 1 pague una multa de $500 y por el cargo número 2 que pague una multa de $100 suspendida. Y en estos momentos sí vemos que él tiene una orden de arresto activa.
So, Mr. Molina, you've appeared in court today, so the bench warrant will go away.
Señor Molina, usted se presentó en el tribunal en el día de hoy, o sea que vamos a dejar la orden de arresto sin efecto.
You are eligible to use a NOLO plea, which may assist you with the Department of Driver Services. If you choose to use the NOLO plea, I'll accept it, but you also have the right to enter a guilty plea if you choose to do a plea today.
Usted tiene la opción de declararse nolo, la cual le va a ayudar con el Departamento de Servicios a Choferes, pero también tiene el derecho de declararse culpable en el día de hoy.
So Mr. Taylor will be speaking with you in a moment and you can make a decision about what you wish to do, sir.
El señor Taylor va a hablar con usted en un momentito y usted en ese momento va a poder tomar la decisión de lo que desea hacer.
Or Mr. Lynch, I'm sorry.
O el señor Lynch. Lo siento.
All right, so Mr. Taylor, are we ready on Benton? Did you receive what you needed?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Marcos,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
were talking about the I guess the last thing I got was that the damage was the rear window was pulled from the frame, the bathroom was damaged, the living room floor was damaged, and the door had to be replaced. Is that correct?
That's correct. And there was some damage to the actual stand-up shower, the tile on the floor that had to be replaced.
So most of the damage was limited to the bathroom?
That's correct.
Okay, and then there was some, I guess, damage to the floor of the living room?
Yeah, I don't know what was dragged through the.
You know, man,
Okay.
I'm probably gonna have to wait and shit.
On the way out there.
All right. Mr. Thomas, I don't know how I'm unable to mute you, but please mute yourself. All right, so, Ms. Hagler, go ahead. Did you have other questions for Mr. Marcos?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Marcos, how much was your out-of-pocket cost?
That was 5,500.
Okay. Your Honor, do I have permissions to share at this
You
time?
do.
Okay. At this time, I would like to turn the court's attention to State's Exhibit 1 for identification. 1 second, Your Honor, let me try to share this. Okay. Okay. Mr. Marcus, can you see this on the screen, this document?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Do you recognize the document?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize the document?
That's the receipt of payment for the work at 836.
Okay. Okay, and who provided you this receipt?
This is Brightstone Homes.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate receipt that you received regarding damages to your vehicle?
To the property.
I'm sorry, to your property, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes.
Okay, has any changes been made to the document?
No.
Has any alterations been made to the document?
No.
Okay. At this time, y'all, I'd like to publish State Exhibit 1.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 1 will be admitted without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. Marcos, what is the date that the amount was paid on the receipt?
October 31st.
Okay. And then just confirm, what was the amount paid on the receipt that's shown here?
$5,500.
Okay. And what can you just talk about on the document what services were performed or paid for?
Yep. The top line item is just having to demo out the broken window and take
Why
out.
does it say 2?
I'm sorry, say one more time, Your Honor.
It says quantity 2. Were there 2 windows? Was it a double frame, double pane? Why we got 2 for quantity of demo in the window?
No, it was the window and then also the drywall that had to be taken out.
Except there's multiple things for some of the other ones that don't have more than one. So I'm just wondering, like, was it 1 window, 2 windows? Why would he have 2 there?
I don't know what I imagine that's what his breakdown was.
Is there is this rental property or do you live there?
No, this is a rental property.
All right. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hagler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so after the demolition, what is the next service that was provided regarding the home?
It's a window replacement.
Okay, and what's the description?
It says exterior window material, and then the trim around the window itself.
Okay. And then what is the next product description? I'm sorry, service.
Yep. Looks like door replacement. It's the material, the frame, the door opening, and the hinges and hardware. Also,
Okay. Okay, and I'm sorry, let's go back up. So the demolition, what is the unit price?
is $250.
Okay, and then the total price for that one?
Was $500.
And then the unit price for the window replacement?
Is $500.
And then the total for that?
Is $500.
Okay, and then the unit price for the door replacement?
$500.
And the total for that?
Is $500.
Okay, and let's talk about the next service that was performed on the home.
Yep, that's floor repair.
What does this entail in the home?
Yep, that's sanding, looks like a sanding rental fee, sanding the floor and applying a clear coat.
Okay, and what was the unit price for this floor repair?
That looks like 1,250.
What's
What
the
was
square
total?
footage in that room that had to be repaired? So I'm assuming because of the damage to the floor, the entire floor had to be done so it would be consistent.
Right.
What's the square footage?
The living room area is 20 by, maybe 25 by 20, and then the hallway is another 12 feet, 3 feet
Okay.
wide.
All right, go
Okay,
ahead. Ms.
thank you, Judge. And what was the unit price? I'm sorry, the total price for the floor repair?
1,200.
Okay. And what was the next service or repair that was done to the home?
Bathroom repair.
And what did that entail?
That's repairing the stand-up shower tiles, and reinstalling the drywall, and the tape and mud with that as well.
Okay, and roughly how big is the bathroom?
Bathroom is, say, 8 feet by 5 feet.
Okay. And what was the unit price for the bathroom repair?
1,500.
And what was the total price?
1,500.
Okay, and what was the final repair that was done to the home?
That's the interior paint.
Okay, and what was that description? What did they do with that piece or that part of the service?
Just had to repaint all the drywall that was repaired in the bathroom.
Mhm.
As
Okay.
well as the drywall for it.
And what was the unit price for that repair?
That's 1,250.
And what was the total price?
1,250.
Okay. And that brought the total price of 5,500, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions for Mr. Marcos. Thank you.
Are there any pictures before or after?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Taylor.
You're on mute, Mr. Taylor.
We can remove the document from the screen. I have it in front of me.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Marcos, my first question, you said this is a home that you own?
It's owned by an LLC.
Do you own that LLC?
Yes. Yes.
So effectively, you own the home.
Okay.
Do you have insurance on the home?
Yes.
Did you file a claim with insurance?
No.
Okay. Is this covered under your insurance policy? Basically, does your homeowner's policy cover damages to your home caused by a possible criminal act?
That I'm not sure.
But you didn't attempt to file. You paid all of these expenses out of pocket. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. I imagine that my deductibles are typically $5,000.
Okay.
I just paid for it out of pocket.
Okay. And also, it's your understanding and your testimony that it was Mr. DeAndre Benton that caused this damage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Per your description, he damaged a bedroom window.
That was the bathroom window.
He didn't damage a bedroom window.
No, I didn't see a bedroom window on that damage.
What would be, so which window was damaged?
It was the bathroom window.
A bathroom window. Is that an exterior window?
That's correct.
And removed. Is that a front window?
No, that's a back window.
And which window is that on your,
You ready?
Mr. Benton? Please mute your microphone. Mr. Marcos,
I'm just so confused.
Mr. Benton, please mute your microphone. Thank you.
Let me clear it up for you, Mr. Benton. This is the hearing where Mr. Marcos presents what he alleges are his damages for the criminal act that you performed at the property that he owns. And then your attorney gets to examine those damages and determine whether he believes that they are proper and that the court should award those damages. He is acting on your behalf to examine the information that we're receiving.
I understand that, ma'am, but you're being lied to in your face, ma'am. But I'm gonna go on mute.
Benton, please.
Yeah, that's why Mr. Taylor's here, sir, Mr. Benton. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Where was I? The damage was to a bathroom window. It's an exterior window, and it's a back window. Am I summarizing that correctly?
Yeah, it was a back window, and yes, that was damaged.
Okay. Which window is this on your repair estimate or repair receipt?
Whichever line item, I don't have it in front of me anymore.
This is your document.
It's not on the screen anymore, but the window material replacement.
Window replacement was a bathroom window where it says exterior window material.
Correct.
Install window trim, that was a bathroom window.
Yeah, sir, I don't know if it was the bathroom or whatever back window was there. But
Did you not see the damage, Mr. Marcos?
I didn't see the damage.
Well, how did you know what was done?
Because I paid for the receipt.
So
let me understand. You have a property manager?
Correct.
Where's the property manager?
Unfortunately, he's no longer working with me.
So you never saw the damage to the property?
No, I didn't.
And your property manager handled the damage?
Correct.
He or she was the one who called somebody in to fix it?
Correct.
Did you have any pictures of what the property manager alleges happened?
No, ma'am.
And you paid $5,500 out of pocket on something that you never saw or examined yourself?
Unfortunately,
Mr. Marcos, that's not good business. I know people who have rental property and they would never pay out of pocket without seeing it first.
Well, I trust my property manager and I trust the contractor.
You'd be the first. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
So, Mr. Marcos, you have no personal knowledge of the damage done to this building. And by personal knowledge, I mean personal observation and not something somebody told you.
No.
You have no personal knowledge, correct?
I did see it happen through a video, but that was the day of the accident.
You saw it through a but you can't tell me which windows.
Goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I'm conducting a hearing here. Mute your device. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Again, Mr. Marcos, apologize for our interruption, but you witnessed the property being damaged, but you're still unable to tell me which property and where it was located was damaged?
No, I know that it happened at the property because I saw someone climbing through a window.
Okay. Did you see somebody damage a bathroom window on your video?
I don't recall which window it was.
Okay. You submitted an estimate to the state for a restitution hearing, to the prosecution, yes?
That's correct. Yeah, I was,
I apologize, not an estimate, but a repair statement that you paid.
correct. I was asked to show today the invoice for the damages, and that's what I provided.
But you're unable to itemize the specific items with specific damage in the property and its location in the property. Is that correct?
No more than I've previously done already.
Your Honor, no more questions from Mr. Marcos. Thank you.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Hagler?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from you, Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor. I don't believe I'm going to present any evidence today.
Okay. Ms. Hagler, argument?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will ask that you do grant restitution amount of $5,500. The defendant did take a plea to this offense, so it is obvious that he did commit the acts of criminal trespass on Mr. Marcos' property. We did show a paid receipt in the amount of $5,500 for the damages to the property. As Mr. Marcos stated, it was damage to the bathroom, the living room floor, the door, then also the rear window. And so for those reasons, we do ask the court to grant our request for $5,500 for the victim, Mr. Marcos, in this case. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Taylor?
Your Honor, the state's failed to establish that this repair or construction statement, this contractor statement of work done to this property was linked to any events involving Mr. Benton. Basically, they failed to establish what property was damaged and how much was paid to repair that property. Mr. Benton did enter a plea back on November of last year to a criminal trespass. And there may have been some damage to that property at that time. However, based on what we've seen here today, we don't know if the property that Mr. Benton entered a plea to, the damage, is the property that is alleged to have been repaired as stated under this receipt. Therefore, we ask that the court deny any restitution damages based on the information presented here today.
Yeah, you got the wrong judge, Mr. Marcos. The reason is because I know property and I know rental property and I know property management, just one of those many things that I've learned over the course of my life. And the problem is your estimate has too many fives and too many zeros. There's no exact amount for a window. And then for the window you're talking about, you got two windows listed on your invoice. It's a lot. It's a lot for what you're claiming, and you don't have any pictures. You didn't see it yourself. So yeah, I'm not able to award you $5,500. I'll give you $500 because a window was breached. But other than that, I'm not able to award the remainder of it. The window being breached, we can all pretty much agree on that, but I can't give you all of the other stuff. So the restitution will be ordered in the amount of $500.
Thank you, Judge.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
for your time.
All right.
Your Honor, may I
So,
address Mr. Benton briefly, if you can put me in a breakout room?
yeah, I'll put you in a breakout room. And Mr. Benton, trust the process, sir. Stop all this jumping out. That's the whole point you got a lawyer for.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, Ms. Wright?
I will need an address for the restitution to be sent to.
All right, Ms. Hagler, if you could text her that, because I don't know that it's the same address as the property. Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Marcos, if you can, in a chat directly to me, just confirm the address, please. Thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna put Mr.
Thank you.
Taylor in a breakout room with Mr. Benton. When we come back, I want to address Boston. I do see him on the call now. And then, but I want to address Molina first and then Boston because Ms. Bermudez is here and I don't want to waste her time. All right, so once I put Mr. Benton and the courtroom in the breakout room, when they come back, we will be able to move forward.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I be placed in a breakout room with you, ma'am?
Yes. Hold on a second.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Carmichael. All right, Mr. Carmichael, I'll put you in breakout room number 2 and I'll join.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Wright, you were waiting for the information from Mr. Marcos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm about to send it to you now. One
Thank you
second.
so very much.
Mhm.
So we have 2 inmates who also speak Spanish, so if we can put them to the top of the list. So Ms. Bermudez's time is well used while she's here. All right, so still waiting for the courtroom to come back, and once they get back, we will move forward.
Good afternoon, Judge, or morning rather. Ms. Hagler, I'm about to send you a chat. This is Mr. Molina right here. Since nobody's responding, we just go ahead and. We're out of the breakout.
What?
Yeah, we're not in a breakout room.
Oh.
Man. Who's the participants listed here?
For whatever reason, I thought that we looked for.
I just responded back, Attorney Lynch.
I just had this paperwork.
All right, Mr. Lynch, we're ready.
Judge,
Yes.
so what I was gonna potentially, if we could go and do a breakout room with Mr. Molina, and then
Yeah.
We could have Mr. Boston on deck for next, and then Mr. Taylor, I believe also. I'm not Mr. Taylor, Mr. Thomas, he logged off yesterday, but he's on today to finish that plea. If you remember that.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's still with us. I really
Oh, he is not, but I'm assuming he'll be back at some point. All right. So let's go ahead and put Mr. Molina in the breakout room with the courtroom, and Ms. Bermudez is in the courtroom, so that should assist.
Okay, thank you, Judge. They're in jail.
All right. So I put Mr. Molina in the courtroom breakout room number 1. And he is in. All right, we'll be right back.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is Deputy Whitson. You get my message?
I did, Whitson. She's gonna, we'll do those first if you have them up.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I said I did. Ms. Bermudez is still with us, and we can do those first if you bring them up.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Señor Molina, ¿puede usted escucharme?
Sí, la escucho correctamente.
Por favor, váyase a la sala de espacios reducidos para que pueda hablar con su abogado.
Ahí.
Um,
Don-
Breakout room number 1.
al número 1. Sí, a la sala de espacios reducidos número 1.
¿Cómo lo pongo? ¿Cómo lo pongo? Disculpa. ¿Cómo lo coloco?
Usted va a ver 4 cuadritos.
Intend to not be in the breakout room?
We need Mr. Molina in the breakout room, Judge. That's the issue.
He was in there.
He wasn't when I entered, Judge, not in breakout room 1.
All right. Mr. Molina, breakout room 1.
Señor Molina,
Dígame.
la sala de espacios reducidos número 1. ¿Ve donde tiene como 4 cuadritos juntos? Oprima ahí.
I have you both in there, breakout room 1.
But
He went in, it went green.
Judge, but we're both.
No lo consigo. No lo consigo.
I don't understand. We're in the main session, not in a breakout room. I was invited to the breakout room and I entered and he was not in it.
Your Honor, can you put him because he says that he doesn't know how to do it.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm gonna move all of y'all to breakout room number 3. Please tell him an invitation is gonna pop up on the screen.
Señor Molina, cuando
Sí, la escucho, pero no consigo donde tú me dices que me meta. No sé dónde meterme.
escúcheme, cuando usted vea que le salga en la pantalla, oprima ahí, que le va a salir, dice la jueza en un momentito.
Ok, gracias.
All right, both of you have been sent 3. He's in there.
Hello, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Yes, I'm sorry. I've been having Wi-Fi issues all morning, but they just fixed it, and I had to I'm getting my number ported over, so they turned it off for a little while. But I'm here. Do I need to do
Okay,
anything?
just mute your device and we'll be with you in a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hagler, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you chat me your government cell phone? My phone died, but I'm gonna have Mr. Molina send you a copy of his current valid driver's license.
Okay, I'll forward it to Deputy Ponder.
Okay.
Once
And
you, or you can I'll just put her number in the chat for you.
And I'll share that with him, and then we could probably do Mr. Boston's plea while you're verifying that. I'm hoping.
Okay.
So you're gonna chat me your cell phone.
Deputy Chief Ponders, because I know she has that case. So I'm gonna put her government cell in the chat. Okay. 1 second, since your phone died. Give me 1 second. Okay, so her number is in the chat for him. I'm sending it to you right now.
Or you could just send it to Mr. Molina. Okay.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay.
2791.
Señor Molina, si me puede escuchar.
Sí, la escucho correctamente.
Le acaban de enviar el número en el chat, si lo puede ver.
Sí.
Ok, envíe la copia de la licencia, o sea, la foto de la licencia a ese número, por favor. Y espere que su abogado regrese a hablar con usted. Bueno, mientras tanto puede apagar su micrófono.
Voy.
Your Honor, can we go ahead and do Mr. Boston's plea?
Okay.
While we're waiting for the state to verify the information Mr. Molina sent and see whether that changes anything.
Yeah, because I thought Mr. Molina was sending information from the last time, but Mr. Boston,
yes,
turn your camera on for me. Mr. Boston?
Yes, I'm doing it now, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Boston, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Anthony Edward Boston Jr., 2024 CR 07394. You're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Owen Lynch is with you in this hearing. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down.
Okay.
Mr. Boston, you're before the court for suspended registration, no insurance, and no tag or expired or invalid tag. Mr. Lynch, what is your client plea to the offenses before the court?
Judge, he's going to enter a guilty plea to count 3, expired tag. The remaining charges will be null pros based on.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to count 3, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Excuse me, yes, Your Honor. On or about January the 16th of 2024, while Officer Jaya, Jihyaah Everson was patrolling the area of Battle Creek Road and Terra Boulevard, Clayton County, Georgia, he observed the defendant's vehicle. Upon searching the defendant's vehicle through NCIC database, the vehicle came back as a suspended registration, no valid insurance. At that time, Officer Everson conducted a traffic stop, and during that traffic stop, the defendant did advise that his registration was suspended and that his insurance was invalid. Your Honor, those are the facts of the case. For count one, the state is now crossing counts 1 and 2, and then for count 3, a fine of $100.
All right, Mr. Lynch, will your client need more than 30 days to pay the $100 fine?
No, Mr. Boston will be able to pay that $100 fine within 30 days, right, Mr. Boston?
All right,
Yes, sir.
you have his email address.
Do I have it? I do.
Mr. Boston, can you chat your email address to Miss Wright, Amanda Wright, RYTE? You know how to use the chat function?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
chat that to Miss Amanda Wright, your email address, and you'll receive your sentencing sheet by email. They'll explain how to pay, but the simplest way, you can come into the second floor at 9151 Terra Boulevard, Clayton County, and pay at the window, or you can pay online or by phone. If you're paying online or by phone, please be prepared to pay the entire amount. With the surcharges, the total will be $151.50.
Yes, Your Honor. And you said the name was Amanda.
Right, RYTE. When you
Okay,
pull
I see.
using the pull down menu, you should see Amanda first.
I'm doing it right now. Thank
All
you so
right.
much.
Once you're finished with that, you'll be free to go, Mr. Boston. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you have 30 days in which to pay.
Okay.
All right. All right, we have Molina and Moses. I know you haven't had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Moses yet.
Judge, if you would like to put me in a breakout room with Ms. Moses, I can have a announcement shortly, and then we should be able to resolve Mr. Molina after the state verifies what we've sent. Then we'll have that done.
All right, I'll put Ms. Moses and the courtroom in breakout room number 2. I'm sorry, number 1.
I already filled one out. Yeah, they're right there. I filled them out. Judge, I think I need a new invitation to, oh, there it is. Thank you.
Got you. All right, Ms. Moses, we'll see you when you get back out of the breakout room.
Judge, oh, there she is. Ms. Moses. So Judge, I do have an announcement for Ms. Zoe Moses.
What's your announcement?
Ms. Moses is going to enter a plea of not guilty today.
All right, so Ms. Moses, you know what charges you're here on. Please be mindful of that. You do not want to repeat anything that would bring you back before this court. Be mindful of your bond conditions and keep in touch with your attorneys. Where's Ms. Moses?
Judge, I thought I saw her. I saw her name on the thing. She might still be in the breakout room. She wasn't able to. She was having an issue getting out of the breakout room. But I thought.
Let me look. Yeah, she's still in there. She should be back. Ms. Moses? Ms. Moses? Ms. Moses? There she is. Ms. Moses?
Ms. Moses, please unmute your microphone, turn on your camera. I know you saw those icons at the bottom of your iPad.
I'm so sorry. I figured it out. Sorry.
Ms. Moses? So,
Yes, ma'am.
like I said, you're entered a plea of not guilty. Please keep in touch with your attorneys and he will make sure that you're aware of any changes in your case. You'll receive notice for your next court calendar. Please, you know what you're here for. Please don't do anything that will put you in a similar situation and you have to come back to this court. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, be mindful of your bond conditions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if anything changes about your contact information, let your attorney know first, and they'll direct you as to how to update the court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, okay, you're free to go at this time. Please be safe.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, and are we ready on Molina?
Yeah, I believe we are, Judge. Let me just grab the interpreter out of the jail conference room. They're about to plea, but you can finish up what you're doing and then come to the Molina. This is going to take a lot longer. Do they not dismiss? They're going to dismiss one stuff to three stuff.
And also, Your Honor, I have sent to the court a bench warrant recall. I copied defense counsel, Ms. Wright, and also Ms. Arnold, just for the court wants the plea.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and look at that right now. Thank you. And I think somebody else, Ms. Moses may have had one too, Ms. Ponder, Ms. Arnold.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll look into that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Miss Bermudez is just finishing up with another Spanish client, and then she's going to come right out.
All right. All right, so Mr. Molina's case is the last case on the arraignment calendar, but I did tell Miss Blake to come in. Miss Blake was on the bond forfeiture calendar yesterday. If I can get Miss Blake's information, like her case number and what she's charged. Wait a minute. Yeah, what she's charged with. Let's see what we can do about Miss Blake's case. Because she has a bench warrant and I think she had moved from wherever she was supposed to get announcements.
And Your Honor, I have Ms. Blake's case number if the court needs it.
I do, and her charges. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. So the case number is 2023 CR 11067.
Okay. Okay, and her charges?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, one moment.
Looks like leaving the scene and improper lane change and violation of her learner's permit. Looks
Thank
like
you, Ms.
3.
Hagler.
Yeah,
You're
that's,
welcome, ma'am.
okay, yeah, that's what I remember. And learners. All right, so Ms. Blake indicated that she wishes to have an attorney represent her. Is that still the same announcement, Ms. Blake? You got unmute for me. Let's see.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So Mr. Lynch, Mr. Taylor, Ms. Blake, her case is 2023 CR 11067 for leaving the scene, improper lane change, and learner's permit violation. I'm gonna go ahead and appoint her to you all. And then if you need a breakout room, let me know. Ms. Ponder or Ms. Hagler, if you could give a recommendation on Ms. Blake's case, because maybe we can get one of the ones to get her case resolved and get one of the ones that was on the forfeiture calendar taken care of. And then in the meantime, we can move to the cases on the jail calendar, and I'd like to prioritize those cases where the individual speaks Spanish, so we can use Ms. Bermudez and let her go on to another courtroom if she needs to.
Sure, Judge. I think they're finishing up with a Spanish-speaking inmate now, so.
Okay, sounds good.
Did you want to put me in a breakout room with Ms. Blake just right now while we're waiting?
I can do that. All right, Ms. Blake, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Lynch. He's going to talk to you about your case. I'm going to put you in breakout room number 1, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, you'll see the invitation pop up and you just hit that. Oh, okay, she's in there.
Okay, I'm about to go in there. I'm just going to chat. All right, Ms. Hagler, if y'all have documents for Ms. Blake, if you want to email them or send them down, whatever you want, I just want to have.
Okay. I'll have my investigator come down and give you what you need. Thank you.
I really appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
We ready?
Judge, we're ready on the plea for Mr. Molina.
Yes.
I already told him this in the chat. Can you just tell him real quick that he's only pleading the stop sign, they dropped the no license?
Señor Molina,
Buenas, sí, lo escucho.
¿puede usted escucharme? Su abogado quiere que yo le informe que usted solamente se va a declarar al cargo de no pararse en el pare porque le desestimaron el cargo de no licencia. Le quitaron el cargo de no licencia.
Ok, gracias. Te quería comentar que yo, ese caso que me sale a mí,
Espere un momento. He wants to talk to you. I don't know if you want to ask him.
Sure, Judge, can we go back in a breakout room with Mr. Molina?
I have all day.
Okay, Mr. Molina, the judge.
Hold on, you're not there yet. You're going into breakout room number 3. Mr. Molina's already in there. Tell Mr. Molina to touch his, move his cursor or activate his screen. He should see the invitation to breakout room number 3. Mr. Molina?
sí,
Sala de, Trace.
ok, si me lo pone para colocarlo.
Momento. Hold on, let me move y'all to room 4 because he wasn't getting the invitation.
Yeah, because the bottom.
Cuatro, sala cuatro.
Judge, Mr. Molina is ready to go forward with the plea we have worked out. He did express that he has another pending traffic case from 2024. And he is curious about whether that case has a court date. And I told him he's gonna have to keep monitoring that, but I don't know.
Okay, hold on. He has what kind of case?
He believes he has another pending case out of Clayton County that came from the year 2024, which is not on today's calendar, as I have explained to him. We are ready to go forward with the case that is on today's calendar, but I didn't know if maybe the state could see if they have another license case for him from 2024. I should have just not said anything about that.
Your Honor, I only see one case under CPU 8. In this case, it's the only case that he has.
We only see one.
Okay, we'll just have to go forward with this and keep monitoring the other one.
All right. All right, Mr. Molina, raise your right hand for me.
Señor Molina, levante su mano derecha para mí.
You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give will be true?
Jura usted y afirma solemnemente que cualquier testimonio que usted dé va a ser la verdad.
Yes or no?
¿Sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down.
Puede bajar su mano.
You're before the court for no license and stop or yield sign violation.
Usted está ante este tribunal por cargo de no licencia y por no parar en el pare o no ceder en el paso.
Mr. Lynch, what is your client plea?
Señor Lynch, ¿cómo se declara su cliente?
Judge, he pleads no contest to count 2, stop or yield sign violation. The no license will be null pros pursuant to agreement with the state. We will stipulate to a factual basis.
Su señoría se declara nulo del cargo número 2 y el cargo número 1, el cargo de no licencia, va a ser desestimado de acuerdo a lo que hemos hablado con la fiscalía y nosotros vamos a estipular a la determinación de hechos.
Mr. Molina, by entering a plea of nolo to count 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge.
Señor Molina, al declararse nulo del cargo número 2, usted renuncia al derecho de tener un juicio ante un juez o ante un jurado.
You give up the right to have the state prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Renuncia al derecho de hacer que el Estado pruebe el cargo en su contra, más allá de una duda razonable.
You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor.
Renuncia al derecho de tener la presunción de inocencia a su favor.
You give up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf and to not incriminate yourself.
El derecho de presentar pruebas y testimonios a su favor y de no incriminarse a sí mismo.
And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status.
Usted no es ciudadano estadounidense, una declaración de nulo o de culpable podría afectar de forma negativa su estatus migratorio.
Do you understand all of these things?
¿Entiende usted todo esto?
Sí, correctamente.
Yes, correctly.
All right. I'm sorry. The facts are stipulated to. May I have a recommendation, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is to move to dismiss count 1.
Sorry, Ms.
For
Palmer.
count 2, the state's recommendation is a $100 fine.
All right. By entering the plea of nolo, sir, on count 2, the fine is $100.
Señor, si usted se declara nulo del cargo número 2, la multa es de $100.
The total will be $151.50 with the surcharges.
El total va a ser $151 con 50 centavos con los recargos.
Do you need more than 30 days to pay?
¿Necesita usted más de 30 días para pagarlo?
Sí,
Yes.
por favor.
60 days?
60 días?
Está bien.
That's fine.
All right. And you can come into the courthouse at 9151 Terra Boulevard on the second floor to make your payment.
Usted puede venir a la corte, a la 9151 Terra Boulevard, en el segundo piso, a hacer su pago.
No, porque yo no vivo en Georgia, vivo en Dallas, Texas.
Okay. No. Do you have an email address, sir?
Okay. ¿Tiene usted un correo electrónico, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
May I have that, please?
¿Me lo podría dar, por favor?
Marville Molina .mj@gmail.com.
Ok, se lo deletreo de nuevo. Marville Molina .m de Manuel, J de José, @gmail.com.
Correcto.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Marville is MARVIL, Molina, MOLINA, .m as in Mary, J as in Joseph, at gmail.com.
All right, Mr. Molina, the court is going to send you your information by email.
Señor Molina, el tribunal va a enviar la información vía email.
There will be instructions for how to pay online or by phone.
Va a haber instrucciones de cómo pagarlo por teléfono o por internet.
Ok, está bien.
All right. And you have a cash bond.
¿Usted pagó una fianza en efectivo?
Me lo
you
pagó, me
If
lo
you
paga el Estado.
The state pay for it.
I'm
So,
sorry.
It's an owner cognizance bond, Judge. I don't believe he put up the cash.
Oh, okay. All right. So, but yes, sir, it's, you are able to, pay that within the 60 days, then everything will be fine and you can pay online or by telephone.
Señor, si usted lo puede pagar durante esos 60 días, todo estaría bien. Y usted lo puede pagar ya sea por teléfono o por internet.
And there are individuals in the clerk's office who speak Spanish and can assist you by phone.
Y hay individuos en la oficina del actuario que les puede ayudar, los cuales hablan español si usted llama por teléfono.
Sí, y el teléfono me lo envían al correo, el número de teléfono.
It will be in the email that you receive.
Va a estar en el correo electrónico que usted va a recibir.
Ok. Gracias.
All right. You're welcome, sir. Mr. Molina is free to go at this time. Did we have anything on Blake?
Judge, I just spoke to Ms. Blake. She had asked me to ask the prosecutor one question, but then I think we'll have a plea for Ms. Blake, regardless of what the
All right, so I'm gonna go to the jail calendar because I want to get to the individuals who are speak Spanish on the jail calendar.
I'm sorry, Judge. Would you allow me just a second to let Mr. Molina know that he can log off?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Señor Molina, ya usted puede retirarse.
Ok, gracias.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On the jail calendar, it's my understanding we have two individuals who speak Spanish and Miss
That's correct, Your Honor. There's Mr. Villalobos and Mr. Zarate Castillo. I've already spoken with Mr. Zarate Castillo, and we're ready to proceed with him. If you'd like to do that now, and we'll go back and speak with the other gentleman.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I've been so irritable in the last 2 days.
All right. Also remember, we have Mr. Thomas. I don't have his information. I don't see him anymore. Oh, wait, I do see him. I'm sorry. Mr. Thomas, don't panic. I do see you. But we do need to do his case also.
Hi, sorry, Judge, to interrupt you. What's
Yes.
the lawyer that's representing me name?
I'm not sure if it's Mr. Taylor or Mr. Lynch, but I think it's Mr. Lynch.
It's Mr. Lynch.
He's checking something with the state.
Okay.
He said you gave him some information he needs to run past them.
Okay. Is his name in his chat? Because I can't email it to him. It's not letting me. I don't know why, but I emailed it to you. I mean, I sent it to you in the chat.
No, you sent it to me and I did respond back to you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So just hold on for me, Ms. Blake. Mr. Thomas, we're gonna get to you. I just need to get Ms. Bermudez squared away so I can get her to helping another judge. All right. So this is Mr. Mr. Correa.
This is Mr. Zarate Castillo. Marco.
Oh, Mr. Castillo. Okay. Now, Mr. Correa does not need an interpreter. That's a petition.
Have not.
I think the other one that we have is Villalobos.
I have not spoken or checked with Mr. Pablo Correa.
I think Correa.
Okay, what's Mr. Castillo's second name? Because I'm not seeing him under C.
Zarate with a Z.
Ah, okay, that's where he is then. Yep, there he is. So this is 2025 CR 00266. State of Georgia versus Marco Zarate Castillo. Mr. Zarate Castillo is before the court on criminal trespass, count 1, obstruction of an officer, count 2, and simple battery on a police officer, count 3. Mr. Taylor, what is your client plea to the offenses before the court?
To the criminal trespass, nolo contendere, to obstruction, nolo contendere, and to simple battery on a police officer, that will be guilty, Your Honor. This is a non-negotiated plea we'd like asked to address sentencing.
All right, Mr. Zarate Castillo, by entering a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2 and guilty to count 3, you give up the right to have the trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes.
Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On October the 27th, 2024, officers responded to 4183 Thurman Road, located here in Clayton County, Georgia, in reference to an individual who had been criminally trespassed previously. When officers arrived on scene, they made contact with the owner of the business, who indicated that the defendant was that the defendant's entry was forbidden. Officers later identified that the defendant was Mr. Marco Castillo. When officers made contact or attempted to make contact with the individual, the defendant did flee after giving multiple commands to stop. He did not comply with commands. In addition, Your Honor, as officers attempted to make an arrest, the defendant did spit on the officer's neck while he was typing in the paperwork in the police vehicle. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. It's my understanding the state's recommendation for count 1, 2, and 3, each to run concurrent, 12 months to serve, 90 days, balance suspended. Do not return to the Shell gas station. Address is 4183 Thurman Road, Forest Park, Georgia, 30297. That is all from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Things that they should be aware of?
I apologize. Could you repeat that, Your Honor?
That there are some issues that the court should be aware of with Mr. Zarate Castillo?
No, Your Honor. And speaking with the client, we have a different explanation other than the police report. So the criminal trespass, Mr. Zarate Castillo understands that he had received a previous criminal trespass warning and was present. However, with the obstruction, while the officers attempted to make contact, he did run away from them for a period of time, a short period of time. I believe the officer said in his report approximately a quarter mile, which I don't know. However, he did stop, decided to stop and cooperate with the officers. He had no further obstruction with the officers, and when they took him into custody at the jail during his processing, the police report alleges that Mr. Zarate Castillo spit on an officer through a partition. Speaking with Mr. Zarate Castillo, he informed me that what actually occurred was he sneezed. The officer did have his back to him, but when he sneezed, some of the particulates did go through the partition and hit the officer. However, there was no intent, there was no intentional spitting or battery. We are entering a guilty plea because we understand that even if we attempted to contest this one charge, we probably do not have a defense to the other two charges. That's the defense's position on the factual basis. And based on that, we are asking for a sentence of roughly 45 days. Mr. Zarate Castillo has been in custody since December 6th, which has been about 40 days. He has a residence. He's not homeless. I don't know his work situation, whatever it was, which I believe is temporary on an ad hoc basis. Doesn't have permanent employment at this time since he's been in custody, but if the court's not willing to consider a lower sentence, custodial sentence, then we'd ask for probation instead of further incarceration.
Oh, okay, so let's start with, how old is Mr. Zarate Castillo?
24 years old.
And if he knew he had been trespassed from the Shell station, why was he back there?
Estaba yo, me agarraron justamente donde iba, ahora sí que un lado de donde estaba yo pidiendo. Venden ahí las dietas y
they sell like wings and powders.
Told not to go there. The gas station was next door.
Pero le habían dicho que no podía ir ahí, pues, le dijeron que no podía ir a la gasolinera.
Que no podía yo entrar a la gasolinera.
I've been told not to go to the gas station.
Sí.
But he said that this place is right beside here.
Your Honor, he was not at the gas station, or you didn't intend to go to the gas station. There's a Mexican restaurant or food stand in the same location, not in the gas station, but next door, and he went there to buy dinner or a meal.
Yeah, I have very strong feelings about fluids on people and spitting, but I can understand, like, if you're handcuffed and you sneeze, you can't really stop the sneeze because you're handcuffed. That makes sense to me.
And Your Honor, if I could just add one more detail, and I do apologize, I thought this was a negotiated plea. I know that counsel mentioned that, as the court had indicated, if it was an accident, if you are sneezing, and that happened, however, it's my understanding officers indicating their report prior to the defendant spitting on him, he yelled the word bitch. And so with that and spitting, the state will argue that is not an accident. It was very intentional and it's very disgusting to spit on someone, saliva from your mouth. And then
I got you. I think spitting on somebody should probably be a felony, but that's just my theory. 24 years old, wandering around, don't know what's going on.
He also has a warrant out of Florida, Your Honor, for grand theft auto larceny. And he has a warrant for that.
I'm gonna, Mr. Taylor, I'm going with the state's recommendation of, counts 1, 2, NOLO, count 3, guilty, 12 months to serve 90 days credit since the date of lockup.
Le voy a dar lo que le ofreció el Estado, 12 meses para servir 90 días y le van a dar crédito del día que lo encerraron.
Balance will be suspended as long as he has no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia and he does not return to the Shell station in Forest Park on Thornton within the next 12 months for the balance of his sentence.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Lake County.
This-
All right, Mr. Zarate Castillo can go back, and we're the next person is Villalobos.
Attorney Ponder, Deputy Chief Ponder, do you have, you said there's an active warrant for Mr. Zarate out of Florida, and it's active? I'd just like.
Yes, it's out of Kissimmee, Florida, for grand theft auto larceny felony.
So inactive, so once he's released or once he serves his sentence.
I don't think that they're going to pick him up.
Okay,
It's say extradition, Florida only. So
but no hold.
I don't believe they will pick him up. So that's something the sheriff's office will have to confirm whether or not they will pick him up. But from what we can see, they said Florida only.
Thanks for that information.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, I am going to go with Ms. Bermudez to speak with our other Spanish-speaking inmate.
All right, Mr. Lynch, you have anybody else we can move forward with?
Judge, I think we could, if Mr. Thomas is still here, if we had the plea agreement all worked out and he was ready to go forward with that, and then.
Ready to go forward on Mr. Thomas if somebody gives me the information for his plea.
Sure, Judge, and Ms. Hagler, do you have that?
Yes, the count 1 is reckless driving. Count 2 is HOV lane violation. And then count 3 is speeding 31 to 34 miles per hour over the speed zone.
Okay, what's the case number?
Yes, it is 2021 CR 08056.
08054.
56 08056, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thomas, are you ready to go forward with your plea?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down, Mr. Michael Thomas. You're before the court on 2021 CR 08056 for 1 count of reckless driving, count 2 HOV lane violation, and count 3 speeding 31 to 34 over the limit. You're represented by attorney Owen Lynch, who's with the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Lynch, what is your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Judge, I believe it's a no-low plea to count 2 and a guilty plea to count 3. Count 1 would be null pros.
By entering a plea of no-low to count 2 and guilty to count 3, Mr. Thomas, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, I do.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about January 28th of 2021, while patrolling on I-75 northbound and CW Grant Parkway, Clayton County, Georgia, Officer W. Hunn, Hunn, observed the defendant speeding in excess of maximum limits, going 97 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone. Officer Hunn also observed the defendant driving recklessly as he was driving in and out of the HOV lane to pass other vehicles at a high rate of speed. At that time, Officer Hun conducted a traffic stop and advised the defendant that he was being arrested and for reckless driving. Your Honor, those are the facts of the case. Count 1, the state is null crossing. Count 2, a fine of $200. Count 3, the defendant is 12 months probation, a fine of $500, and the defendant is to complete the defensive driving course.
All right.
Judge, that was my understanding, but I also was my understanding that probation could terminate after he completed those conditions.
All
Did
right.
I say that? Did I say 6 months? Okay.
Oh, I thought, I do remember the 6 months thing. I thought that was on a different case.
Was it? Okay, so that's fine. The state doesn't have any problems to it terminating upon completion.
Okay. So count 1 is nullified. Count 2 is $200 fine. That'll be $298 with the surcharges. That'll run concurrent with count 3, 12 months probation to pay a fine in the amount of $500, which is $737.50 with the surcharges. You're to take a driver improvement course. Look at the Georgia Department of Driver Services website or call them to get a driver improvement course. Do not Google. Do not just pick one out of thin air or off the internet. You want one from the agency that gives you your driver's license. They have a pull down menu. Take the one most convenient to you. They'll have the type of certificate that we accept. Once you turn those things in, once you pay the fines and fees from both of those counts and take the driver improvement course, then your probation can terminate. At this point, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Ms. James, who is our probation expert. She's going to do the intake and she's going to answer any questions that you might have regarding your ability to complete probation. Please make sure that you give her all of any questions that you have regarding your ability to complete probation successfully. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you do not have to come back here. You will complete everything through probation. The quickest way to get arrested is to not complete your probation report.
Right. Yes, ma'am. I understand.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas, and please drive safe, okay? You
Yes,
can't
ma'am.
drive for the other person, and so when you think you're handling it, somebody else might come out of nowhere and it's a collision.
Yes, ma'am. And these last few years been enough time for self-reflection, and yeah, I like to drive safe now.
Look, I ain't telling you what I heard, but you know, there was a time when the judge was, you know, fond of fast driving. I have not done that in a long time, so I get it, but it's an evolution. All right.
Yeah, and one other thing, you know what I noticed? I said to myself a lot of times, by just driving fast, if I get pulled over, I'm not going to get to where I was going. So, you know, I'm gonna just go ahead and go to speed limit and slow it down if I got to.
Because I tell you, that ticket's gonna take longer and cost more. All
Yes,
right,
ma'am,
so
I
I'm
understand.
gonna put you in the breakout room with Miss James. Once you finish with her, then you don't have to come back here, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, take care.
Bye.
All right, so do we have any announcement on Blake? She's the last person from the arraignment calendar. If not, we can go back to the jail calendar.
Okay, Judge, I believe we actually have a plea for Miss Blake. Could I just do actually, I'm gonna
Can you call her, text her, send smoke signals?
Let me just tell her on this platform.
Okay.
So Miss Blake, I already explained to you the offer and you wanted to accept it. I did ask the state about any possibility of null crossing or a plea to anything that would not suspend your license. They did not agree to that. So currently the plea offer on the table is a $500 fine for leaving the scene of the accident with a defensive driving course, and then a $100 fine for improper lane change. And I believe the state would allow your probation to terminate after you paid all fines and completed the defensive driving course.
Okay.
Do you want to go forward with that today, or do you want to enter a not guilty plea and talk more about it?
I'm gonna go for it because I basically have to pay what, $700?
$500 fine is $737.50 with the surcharges.
And so plus 100, another 100. So you're looking at closer to $850, I think.
Okay. And after I complete this, the case will be closed and I could leave the state of Georgia because I want to go back home.
You can, listen, as long as you comply with checking into probation, and this should prevent you from leaving the state. But yeah, after you complete all the conditions, you'll be off probation completely.
Okay, so I just have to just pay the fine during with the probation people.
And complete the defensive driving course, which you also have to pay for. It costs about $100. Oh, you already completed.
I did. I completed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot about that portion of it, Judge. So yes, all you gotta do is pay the fine.
Okay, thank you. Can I get how do I get the information for the probation?
First, we gotta go forward with the plea. They're gonna tell you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So Ms. Blake,
yes, I'm sorry, the light.
you're before the court on case 20. Tanisha, is it Tanisha?
It's Tanique.
Tanique, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying to pin you so I could see it better. Ooh, don't get old, people. The eyes are the first to go. All right. So Ms. Tanique Blake, raise your right hand for me. You saw your right hand?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had the phone.
That's okay. Solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. This is the state of Georgia versus Tanique Blake, 2023 CR 11067 for one count of leaving the scene of an accident. Count 2 is improper lane change, and count 3 is a learner's permit violation. Mr. Owen Lynch is with you at the podium. Mr. Lynch, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Judge is guilty to count 1, no contest to count 2. The learner's permit violation, I believe, is null pros.
All right, by entering a plea of guilty to count 1 and nolo to count 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about February 22nd of 2023, Officer F. Khatib, Khatib, responded to I-75 South at Highway 85, Clayton County, Georgia, regarding a vehicle accident. Upon his arrival, he spoke with the victim, Shah Saeed, S-H-A-H, last name S-Y-E-D. And he stated that as he was traveling southbound on I-75 South at the Highway 85 exit ramp, that is when the defendant hit his front left side of his vehicle. The victim stated that he was traveling on lane number 4 when he observed the defendant come into his lane and hit his front left side of his vehicle. The victim said that during the collision, he went off the roadway into a ditch just past the exit ramp. The victim stated that as bystanders were assisting him out of the vehicle, the defendant left the scene of the accident. During the officer's investigation, the defendant arrived back on the scene and advised that she was, in fact, driving the other vehicle and had left the scene due to her being afraid. Your Honor, the defendant was determined to be the at-fault driver in this case and was charged accordingly. And those are the facts of the case. Your Honor, for count 1, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve, 1 day, commute to time served, balance probated, a fine of $500. The defendant has already completed the defensive driver course as of March 11th of 2023. So she has already met that requirement. Count 2, a fine of $100, and then count 3, the state is now crossing and the state does not have any problems with the probation terminating upon completing those conditions.
All right. All right, so Ms. Blake, do you have your real license instead of a permit?
No, I'm not looking forward to drive anymore. I'm going back home to New York. A license is not required.
I knew you was a New Yorker. I was born in Brooklyn, but I don't know what
Me
it
too.
is about y'all come down here and scared to get your license. Even if you live in New York, it's a valuable tool. Okay,
I actually learned how to drive here.
Okay, but get your license. The reason you roaming around with a learner's permit, you almost there. Even if you go back to New York, getting your license can never hurt you. And a lot of things are going to require the new type of license, which is what they call it, the true fact one, the one with the star on it. If you travel, you're going to have that. If you get on a plane within the next year, you're going to have that kind of ID. So you might as well go ahead and get it.
The driver's license?
Yes, ma'am. You haven't heard? If you get on a plane now, you got to have a passport, or even if you're flying domestically, you're going to have a passport, or what they call true ID, I think is what they call it. And it's it's like a verified ID system, don't get me started on foolishness, but it's a new ID and it's got a star on it, and you've got to have that type of ID. And so I don't know what this thing is with people from New York who they don't, they'll drive, but they don't want to get a license. But they'll be all over the place. And then when you tell them get a license, well, I'm going back to New York where I can be riding the train. Well, at some point you may want to drive. So, but I'm telling you, if you want to fly anywhere, you need that license. So I'm just going to put that out there for you. I don't understand.
Yeah. But that's not like
the wheel of a car with nothing.
But that's not why I'm going home. It's like, I don't like Georgia.
I'm not, you can go back to New York all you want to. I've been there, done that.
I've been here 6 years. I've been here for 6 years.
I just have a different perspective. I grew up there, I was born there, but I much prefer Georgia because it's just a different sense of freedom. I didn't grow up riding the trains and going all over, like that. I have cousins who did. I got a cousin who just moved back from down south for different reasons. But the whole point is, it doesn't matter where you live in this country, certain things are starting to be standardized. And what I'm telling you is, just because you don't want to drive doesn't mean you can't benefit from having your license. That's all I'm saying. So,
you're right about that. I'm gonna work on that.
Okay. Count 1 is 12 months to serve 1 day. Credit for time served. Balance will be probated for you to pay a fine in the amount of $500. That'll be $737.50 with the surcharges. The court acknowledges that you have already completed the driver improvement course, and count 2 is a $100 fine, $151.50 with the surcharges. You can run that concurrent with count 1, so that you can pay that during the probation. But as soon as you paid both of the fines and fees, then your probation can terminate. So the quicker you pay it, the quicker you will be off probation. Count 3 will be no pros, and I will send you into a breakout room with Ms. James. Ms. James is our probation expert, and she's going to explain anything that you need to know about probation, and she will also assist you with any questions that you might have, okay?
Yes, question. Is that gonna waive the warrant that I had?
Yeah, we'll get a bench warrant set aside done too. If anybody appeared on this calendar, Ms. Ponder and Ms. Hagler, let's get a bench warrant. I'm sorry, I'm not even talking to the right people. Ms. Arnold, may I have a bench warrant set aside for anybody on the arraignment calendar? We're talking Benton, Boston, Molina, Moses, Blake, and Thomas. Thank you. All of them have appeared, and I want to make sure that none of them have any trouble with that. And I know Ms. Ponder has sent me one already. All righty. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room with the probation expert, and she's going to assist you, okay?
Yes, no problem. Thank you. And you have a
All
great
right,
day.
Ms. Blake, thank you for showing up. I'm glad you finally got the information to be here so that this doesn't linger on. I'm going to put you in breakout room number 3 with Ms. James, and once you are finished speaking with her, you will be free to go, okay?
Okay, no problem.
All right, take care, ma'am. So, all right. So we have completed the arraignment calendar. Let's rock and roll on the jail calendar, please.
Your Honor.
All right. Are we ready on Villalobos?
We are.
I'm trying, Miss Bermudez.
It's okay, Judge. We're all doing our best.
Hey, Miss Martin. All right.
Señor Villalobos, por acá, por favor. Siempre de frente a la cámara. No, para acá.
This is case 2024 CR 10602 Oscar Villalobos for criminal trespass. Mr. Villalobos, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So you're before the court on case 2024 CR 10602 for criminal trespass. Your attorney is Mr. Taz Taylor. Mr. Taylor, what is Mr. Villalobos' plea to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, Mr. Villalobos pleads nolo contendere to the single charge of criminal trespass.
All right. Mr. Villalobos, by entering the plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On December the 11th, 2024, officers responded to 7700 Spine Road, which is the airport, in reference to an individual who was in an unauthorized location. This area, as officers mentioned, is an area that is secured by keypad, locked doors, and fences with guards at an entrance. Officers learned that the defendant was not an employee and was not supposed to be in this restricted area. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is as follows: 12 months to serve, 30 days, credit for time served, balance suspended on the condition that he does not return back to the airport unless it's for official business. It is my understanding that the defendant has been in custody since December the 11th, 2024.
All right, Mr. Taylor, how old is your client?
32 years old, Your Honor.
All right, does he have any family?
He has family in Texas, Your Honor, and he resides in Texas. He has a home there.
Okay, so, sir, I'm going to accept your plea. I'll send you to 12 months to serve 30 days. Credit for time served. The balance will be suspended as long as you do not go back to Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport unless you have a ticket for travel on that day. So should you wish to go back to Texas by plane, you just need to go with a ticket in hand on the day that you wish to travel. Otherwise, you may take alternate means of traveling back to Texas. I'm fine with that. But it is hard to navigate Georgia without some support. And so if Texas is where your support is, you may want to venture back there.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. You can go back with the sheriff's office.
Thank you. Take care, stay warm.
All right, who's next? Ms. Bermudez, I believe that is all. I see a Pablo Correa, but I don't know if he is English speaking, Spanish speaking. I just wanted to verify before you leave.
Your Honor, we saw that as well, and we saw that the case was closed about a week ago, or 11 days.
It's not a petition?
Well, it was just 11 days ago that the case was closed.
Okay, let me see. All right, so I'm fine with that. So Correa's closed.
Custody. If he's on the officer's list.
I'm good with it. Ms. Bermudez is, as long as we don't have anybody else needing her services, she's free to go at this time. Thank you, Ms. Bermudez. I appreciate you. I hope you had a great day yesterday.
I did, thank you.
And confirm that Mr. Correa is not in custody.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clayton.
All right, I'm ready. On anybody else. Let's roll.
We're ready for Mr. Quentin Bonds. That's the first case on the calendar. That's a VOP petition. I spoke to him. That's one of Ms. Chang's cases. He does wish to stipulate and accept the recommendation from the probation office, and we're going to ask the court to accept that as well. And as soon as the deputy comes back, I'll tell him to get him out here. If you're ready to, if you.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
We'll do that. I know, Chang. We want to get the probation stuff.
Woo. Golly.
Yeah, I got Duberry. I want to see if we can get through what we got already done. Hopefully that'll, you know, then we can. Can we get Mr. Bonds, Quentin Bonds?
No, it's the records will go through this.
Yep. Yep. That's not Mr. Bonds, that's Mr. Massie. We can do him next though, if you want to have. Yeah. Who's that? Massie. I should have just told him, come on, bring him. Say what? I know. Judge, you have Mr. Bonds before you.
Raise your right hand for me, Mr. Bonds.
What was that, ma'am?
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
You can put your hand down, sir. All right, so Mr. Bonds, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Quentin Allen Bonds, 2024 CR 02082. You were before this court for DUI, alcohol less safe, driving on a suspended or revoked license, improper lane change on the 19th day of March, 2024, sentenced to 12 months on probation. You have 6 months and 4 days remaining. Your sentence was told because you failed to report. Says that you are alleged to have violated criminal law by getting the new offense of aggravated assault and battery family violence on December 24th, Christmas Eve of 2024. You also have been alleged to have violated the law for suspended or revoked license, open container, no insurance, no tag, expired or invalid tag, unlawful use of tag, defective headlights, on July 14th of 2024 in Clayton County, Georgia. You failed to report on July 24th, July 30th, August 6th, and within 10 days of August 12th of 2024. You last reported by phone on June 21st of 2024. You failed to document an alcohol and drug evaluation. You failed to document anger management. You failed to document victim impact statement with Mothers Against Drunk Driving. You failed to document proof of attending AA or NA. You failed to pay your $1,755 in arrears. Okay, Mr. Lynch, make it good.
Well, Judge, as far as the violations of criminal law, Judge, we would stipulate that there was an arrest. And as far as the reporting, my understanding is that at some point he was hospitalized and communicated that to Ms. Chang. I'm not excusing any unreported, any missing of reports, but I know that at some point he was hospitalized. And Judge, that's where we're at.
All right, what's the recommendation, Ms. Chang?
Morning, Your Honor. Probation recommends that 90 days be revoked and close the case.
Nah, we're going with 6 months. I'm revoking the balance. Case closed.
Judge.
Yes.
Can I have one moment?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, hello, dude.
Your Honor, Mr. Bonds wants to address the court if he may.
Sure.
Hello.
I'm listening.
Ma'am, I was hospitalized for a month and on bed rest for 2. That's why I missed most of that stuff. I was supposed to be getting my foot amputated. Then that's why I missed most of my stuff, and I had related that to Ms. Chang.
You say you were hospitalized for how long?
A month and on bed rest for 2.
Okay, you've been missing since longer than that, sir.
And then, not only that, with being said, that's the main reason why I missed most of the stuff. And like last Thursday, and even in county jail, I was stabbed twice over my thermal and boxers. So I'm really asking to throw myself at the mercy of the court and not spend that much longer in here because I don't want to die, really. But yeah, I'm still bleeding and stuff from that. My jumpsuit still has blood on it from that day. I mean, this is really.
Sir, I gave you the perfect prescription for how to stay out of jail. The last time you reported was in June. Not only have you not reported, but you've been arrested twice since then. I gave you the perfect prescription for how to stay out of jail. Keep in touch with Ms. Chang. Even if you have trouble doing any of the other stuff, keep in touch with Ms. Chang. And Mr. Bonds, I guess, my husband says it all the time. He was like, oh, you do a lot of talking. I'm not wasting my breath on you, sir. 6 months, 4 days, balance will be suspended. Will be revoked. And I'm telling you, Clayton County Jail ain't where you want to be, but you did nothing, absolutely nothing to help yourself.
I did contact Ms. Chang, tell her I was
June 21st was the last time she heard from you.
And I was hospitalized on bed rest for that amount of time. That was 3 months after that date. And I explained that to her. I'm supposed to be getting my foot amputated in January. I could lose my whole leg if I stay in for 6 months. Ma'am, if you can just please give me.
But you were okay on Christmas Day to be arrested for some ruckus.
But okay.
Don't tell me. I don't want to know. All I know is you got arrested Christmas Day. So the day before Christmas. So at this point, sir, I'm not changing.
With that, ma'am,
sir,
I don't even know.
The court has no more mercy today.
Charles Kennedy's next, Judge.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Kennedy.
All right. Mr. Kennedy, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Charles Kennedy, 2021 CR 06154. You were before this court on the 8th day of July 2024. You were sentenced to 12 months on probation for battery. You have 5 months and 23 days remaining. Says that you have the new offense of assault, aggravated assault, battery, family violence, weapons possession during the commission of a crime, possession of marijuana 1 ounce or less on January 3rd of 2025, and you failed to complete to show proof of anger management. All right, what's the recommendation? What you got for me, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Kennedy was arrested on January 3rd. We will stipulate to, for purposes of this hearing only, possession of the marijuana arrest. There was some other issues going on that Mr. Kennedy intends to contest regarding the other arrest. On the failure to comply with counseling, basically proof of completing anger management, he has been attending anger management. I believe he has one more class to finish, has not completed it. So that's our information regarding the violations. We're requesting 30 days as an appropriate punishment for this violation. I believe Ms. Chang's recommendation is 60 days to declare a closed case.
Who was the victim of the battery?
I haven't discussed that with him. I can.
No, Ms. Chang, who was the victim of the battery?
Oh,
The original.
it looks like Uniquia Johnson. And Your Honor, on this probated case, there's no victim on this sentence, on the probated sentence. So I don't know if it's the same.
For the battery?
I don't have a victim on the sentence.
Okay, and who was
There's-
that?
I'm
Whose
sorry.
name you just gave me?
It's Uniquia, UNIKIA.
No, I mean, is that from the new case or the new offense that he was arrested for, or is that from the original battery?
This is from the new case, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anybody can tell me what the battery, who was the underlying victim in the battery?
On there, I don't have the information regarding their original.
I'm asking the state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The state or Ms. Wright?
Your Honor, if we can just have one moment, we'll look into that information, see if we can pull it.
I have that information, Your Honor.
Sure.
Is the defendant's sister, Selena Kennedy.
All right, and what's your recommendation, Ms. Chang?
Your Honor, probation recommends that 60 days be revoked and close the case.
Your Honor, if I could just add, I believe it was also his aunt, Miss Janice, as well on that case. So it appears to be his sister and aunt. Thank you.
All right, 90 days revoked and case closed.
Your Honor, 90 days?
Yep. All right, Ms. All right, so Ms. Chang, who else we got? Who's next?
Judge, I have Mr. Duberry, who has a probation case and also another case on the calendar. We're going to enter a negotiated plea on the pending case, and we are going to ask the court to accept Ms. Chang's recommendation on the VOP.
We'll see.
Can I?
All right, we need to move it along. Everything seems to be taking forever.
Judge, this is Nicholas Duberry.
All right, Mr. Duberry, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. All right, you can put your hand down. Mr. Duberry, you barely just left. So this is State of Georgia versus Nicholas James Duberry, 2024 CR 08856. You were before this court for loitering or prowling, use or possession of a drug-related object on the 19th day of November 2024, sentenced to 12 months on probation. You have 10 months and 11 days remaining. It's alleged that you have a new criminal trespass and loitering or prowling on December 16th of 2024. You failed to comply with drug screen. You failed to document proof of completing a clinical evaluation. You failed to attend AA or NA meetings 1 per week. You failed to pay as instructed your $115 in arrears. You also have a pending case. On that case, Mr. Duberry, on that case, sir, you are before the court on State of Georgia versus Nicholas James Duberry, 2024 CR 10660. And you're represented by attorney Owen Lynch with the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Lynch, tell me what's going on with Mr. Duberry or why he's back.
So, Judge, we initially were hesitant to agree to a probated sentence. However, as you noted, Mr. Duberry had not been kind of given the opportunity to do probation on one of our cases. So he did take a probated sentence, Judge. But my understanding is Mr. Duberry struggles with homelessness. He has struggled with substance abuse in the past, Judge, and probably has not completed that struggle to satisfaction at this point, Judge. And so we're not making any excuses, Judge, but we're just asking the court to take into consideration Mr. Duberry's, it's hard for him. He doesn't have a stable place to stay, and anything else you want to add?
What's the recommendation, Ms. Jane?
Your Honor, we're recommending that 60 days be revoked and close the case.
Okay. All right.
Of course, he goes talk to the first time.
What's the new case number?
Yes, Your Honor. The new case number on the calendar you're referring
Yes.
to? Yes, it's 2024 CR 10660.
All right, so I'm gonna revoke 60 days. He'll serve that 60 days concurrent with whatever sentence I have in the 2024 CR 10660. And Mr. Lynch, what is your client plea to the offenses on that case? Mr. Lynch, you're muted.
I'm sorry, Judge. We'll enter guilty, please. Count 1 and 2.
All right. All right, Mr. Duberry, on the remaining case, you're entering a plea of guilty to counts 1 and 2. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things? All right. Factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about December the 16th of 2024, Officer Jester Askew was dispatched to 934 Jester Creek Court, Jonesboro, Georgia, 30236, Clayton County, in reference to a suspicious person. Upon arrival, he spoke with the victim, Ricardo Guerrero, Guerrero, who stated that the defendant entered his backyard and began climbing on wood poles in his backyard where a shed was being built. The victim said that the defendant was walking in the woods next to his house. Officer Jesser spoke to the defendant and asked him why he was walking into random backyards, and he stated that he was trying to get a site together. The victim indicated to Officer Askew that he did want to press charges. The defendant was also caught on camera entering the backyard of 7528 Garnett Drive and looking inside of the shed. At that time, the defendant was placed under arrest. Your Honor, for count 1, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve, 60 days, balance suspended, a fine of $300 to be suspended. The defendant is to stay away from the incident location, which is 934 Jester, Jes, as in Sam, Ter, Creek Court, Jonesboro, Georgia, 30236, and to also stay away from 7528 Garnett Drive. And to also stay away from the victim in this case. For count 2, 12 months to serve, 60 days, balance suspended to run concurrent with count 1. Again, a fine of $300 to be suspended. And the defendant is again to stay away and to not return to the incident locations and to stay away from the victims.
All right. Mr. Duberry, going to accept your plea of guilty to counts 1 and 2. I'll send you to 12 months to serve, 60 days. Balance will be suspended. A $300 fine to be suspended as long as you do not go back to the 2 locations listed and you have no contact with Mr. Ricardo Guerrero. on count 2, which will run concurrent with count 1, 12 months to serve 60 days, balance suspended under the same conditions. This case, 2024 010660, is that correct? Will run concurrent with the probation violation and the revocation in the case. In case 2024 CR 08856.
And
All
Your Honor,
right.
did you also mention the fine for the second case, second count as well to be suspended? The fine of 300 for the second count, did you also mention that in your order, in your sentence?
Yeah, fine on the second count, balance suspended, fine of $300 suspended.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Duberry, go back to the sheriff's office. All right, next.
Judge, we're ready on Mr. Massie. It's going to be a non-negotiated plea. Where's the referendum? I can't. Just saw it. I think, is it not? Which, I know 1, 2, 3. She's been 3.
So outstanding, we have Brooks, Clark, Costa, Davenport, Evans, Harris, Ivy, Johnson, Marshall, Massie, Muhammad, Myers, Nolton, Washington, Wedlow. He got about 6 cases. Yates. Let's move along.
Massie, please.
Who have you talked to? You talked to Evans.
All right, raise your right hand, Mr. Massie.
Hi, how are you? Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Frank Massie, 2024 CR 10663 for criminal trespass.
Yes, Judge.
All right, what's your client plea?
No contest, Judge.
I enter in a plea of nolo, sir. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
Factual basis recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On November the 29th, 2024, officers responded to 4552 Old Dixie Road in reference to a trespassing. When officers arrived on scene, they made contact with the property manager, Mr. Patel, who indicated that an individual was on the property that had been previously trespassed for suspicious activity. Officers later identified as the defendant, Frank Massie, as the individual. He was previously criminally trespassed, October the 16th, 2024. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is as follows. I'm sorry, Your Honor, one moment. Your Honor, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve, 45 days, balance suspended, do not return to that location, which is 4552 Old Dixie Road. Let me get the street. I'm sorry, the Forest Park, Georgia, 30297.
Okay. All right, so, Mr. Lynch, anything on behalf of Mr. Massie?
Well, Judge, actually, that recommendation, even though I said it was non-negotiated, we can agree to that. Mr. Massie has been in custody since November 29th, so I believe he has done 45 days. He indicated there was some, but we would just ask the court accept the plea and sentence him to what the state recommended. He understands he cannot return to that location.
All right, Mr. Massie, I'll accept your plea of nolo, 12 months to serve 45 days. Balance will be suspended and credit since the date of lockup, as long as you do not go back to that location in Forest Park, Georgia, Clayton County, for the balance of your sentence. All right, you can go back with the sheriff's office.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor.
All right, next.
We can do Mr. Evans.
Is this non-negotiated, Mr. Lynch?
It's only non-negotiated because it's a probation rec and it's not a good probation candidate, but we're gonna ask for essentially.
This is Mr. Myers?
No, Evans.
Mr. Harris, let me see.
Mr. Evans, I believe, Judge.
Evans.
I don't think we've dealt with Mr. Evans, at least
Yeah, he's a new name.
But it's an airport trespass case. I have spoke with him, and I do not get the impression that he, is it right here, Mr. Evans? There, sir.
Yeah, on these trespass cases at the airport, I'd rather not have a probation sentence. All right, raise your right hand for me, Mr. Evans. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I solemnly swear, yes, I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2025 CR 00262 for Troy Nathan Evans for criminal trespass. What is your client plea to the offense before the court, Mr. Lynch?
No contest, Your Honor.
By entering a plea of nolo, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about November 25th of 2024, excuse me, Officer Edward Rabb, R-A-B-B, was dispatched to the 6000 North Terminal Parkway, Atlanta, Georgia, 30320, also known as the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, Clayton County, Georgia, in reference to a criminal trespass violator. When he arrived on the scene, Officer Rabb immediately recognized the defendant, as he had previously arrested the defendant for a criminal trespass on July 2nd of 2024 and July 22nd of 2024 under case numbers 2418, 48038 and 2420, 48041. At that time, the defendant was taken into custody. Your Honor, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve, 90 days, balance suspended, a fine of $300 to be suspended. The defendant is to stay away and to not return to the incident location. And the state is asking that you do not accept a nolo plea as pursuant to the facts. The defendant was previously given a warning on July the 2nd of 2024 and July 22nd of 2024. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lynch.
I would ask that you sentence Mr. Evans to 30 days with balance suspended, stay away from the incident location, do not return. I don't know if I know that the state, he was given a previous warning, but I don't know that he has multiple criminal trespass cases from the airport, at least not that I'm aware of. So I feel like a 30
She
days.
said he's been trespassed a couple of times from the airport, meaning that they gave him a warning, a trespass notice. Then the next time, instead of arresting him, they gave him another trespass notice. And then on the third occasion, he was arrested. So he may not have been convicted of criminal trespass, but he was trespassed from the airport at least 2 prior times. So, and yeah, I'm not accepting the NOLO. Is everything okay with Mr. Evans?
He's all right, Judge. He's
All
just
right. So the court is gonna accept a plea of guilty, if that's what y'all want to do.
We'll go forward with the guilty plea. You okay with that?
All right, and the court is going to sentence him to 12 months to serve 60 days. Balance will be suspended as long as he does not go back to Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport without a ticket for travel on that day. All right, next.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
I have to see. Do you have any more, Johnson? Mr. Johnson, Marcus Johnson.
If there's nobody in the booth, ask for the females in the booth. We can do all of them, because there's 3 or 4.
You didn't talk to Mr. Washington yet.
No.
Mr. Taylor, is this negotiated or non-negotiated for Johnson?
Johnson, this is, we're accepting the negotiated or the recommended sentence.
Okay, thank you.
There's a matter I do want to take up with the court later regarding a bond amount that we discussed yesterday. And once we have an opportunity.
Who's this?
This is Mr. Marcus Johnson, Your Honor.
All right.
If this is not useless, you're up there, right?
All right. State of Georgia versus Marcus Rashad Johnson, 2024 CR 05196, given false name, address, or date of birth, or an obstruction of a law enforcement officer. What is your client plea to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, my client pleads nolo contendere to count 1, giving false name. Count 2, I understand, is to be null prosecuted by the state.
All right. By entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, factual basis recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about June the 10th of 2024, Officer Shakima Austin responded to 5185 Highway 85 Riverdale, Georgia, Clayton County, Georgia, in reference to a disturbance. Upon arrival, she made contact with Mr. Nicholas Letcher, who reported the verbal altercation with his friends, Trevante Matthews and the defendant. He indicated that the altercation stemmed from a financial dispute related to Cash App transactions. Mr. Letcher stated that his friends did not want him to ride in the vehicle due to the disagreement over funds. Next, Officer Austin made contact with Trevante Matthews, who confirmed the verbal dispute, stating that they were waiting for Mr. Letcher to enter the vehicle before continuing to a hotel. The defendant explained the financial disagreement, stating that they intended for Mr. Letcher to accompany them to the hotel to resolve the issue the following day. However, when asked for identification, the defendant provided false information, claiming the name Nadara, I'll spell it Nadarajah, not Nadaraja, Washington, and alleging the defendant also continued to spell the name in different ways, such as Nadaraja, Nadarajaha, Nadarajah, Nadarah, and Nadarajia, Washington. At that time, the Officer Austin ran the information through GCIC using the names provided. And at that time, she was able to confirm that the defendant's true name was Marcus Johnson. Those are the facts of the case. For count one, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve 10 days, cumulative time served, balance suspended upon no new further violations of the law, and count two, the state on the narcotics state count.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Your Honor, we just ask the court to accept the recommended sentence, and we enter a no-low plea, no-low contender to them.
All right, I'm going to accept your plea of no low to count one. Count two will be no prost. On count one, I'll send you to 12 months to serve 10 days, credit for time served, balance suspended as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. All right,
And
you
Your
go
Honor,
back with the sheriff's office.
Mr. Johnson is scheduled on the bond forfeiture calendar since the matters were resolved. We just ask the clerk to remove him from that calendar.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson can come off the bond forfeiture calendar.
And this is going to be a negotiated plea. Ms. Ponder, we do accept that recommendation. Yep. Washington, they're about to pull them out, and then we need to get whoever. I guess we should just go ahead and do the females and then get all the females in there. There's still one or two males we need to clean up. And Brittany Harris, I think. And Yates, Yates. Put as many as you okay? You good? Okay.
Raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Amen.
All right, you can put your hand down. Who's this again?
This is Mr. Washington, Judge.
Mr. Washington, you're before the court on state of Georgia versus Michael Javon Washington, 2024 CR 11092 for criminal trespass. What is your client plead to the offenses before the offense before the court?
I plead guilty, Judge.
By entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yeah, ma'am.
All right. Actual basis and recommendation, please.
And I'm sorry, Anna, who is this for again?
Washington, Michael Javon.
Thank you.
Remember, we had chatted about this case, Ms. Bonner.
Yes. Your Honor, on December the 22nd, officers responded to 6629 Mount Zion Boulevard, located here in Clayton County, Georgia, in reference to a disturbance. When officers arrived on scene, officers learned that the defendant before you, Mr. Michael Washington, had trespassed on this property. He was asked to leave several times, in which he refused to comply, in which he indicated he was just chilling. In addition, Your Honor, he received a criminal trespass warning on March the 25th, 2024 from the same location. The state's recommendation is as follows, and based on the defendant's history: 12 months to serve, 90 days, balance suspended, do not return to that location. That location being the Sitco Food Mart, located at 6629 Mount Zion Boulevard, Morrow, Georgia, 30260. That is all from the state, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lynch.
Judge, I have spoken to Mr. Washington. He does understand the basis of his charges from going to the Sitco. I am told he has a place to stay. You will note, Judge, that this is the same Sitco from our most recent case with Mr. Washington. And I've talked to him about that, and he does understand that he can't go back there. I guess this Sitco is kind of located in his stomping grounds, and he can't seem to, it's from speaking to him, the gas station that has the best, food items that he's looking for. But I have explained to Mr. Washington that he cannot not return to that location, or he's going to be back in custody with us, Judge. I am going to ask that you accept the recommendation from the state. He has been in custody, I think, approximately 23 days at this point.
All right. So, Mr. Washington, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 90 days with credit since the date of lockup. The balance will be suspended as long as you do not go back to the Sitco Food Mart on Mount Zion Road in Morrow, Georgia, Clayton County. The address it has been stated.
Okay, ma'am.
All right, you can go back with the sheriff's office. Next.
Judge, could Mr. Taylor speaking to some inmates, the females, can I request a breakout room with Ms. Ponder so I can get some clarity on a sentence recommendation that I have pending?
Okay, is there anybody else we can do before you get clarity?
Judge,
We got Brooks, Clark, well, Brooks, Clark, and Costas are all female. We got Davenport, we got Ivy, we got Marshall, we got Myers, Nolton, Wedlow, Yates.
I don't have anything else ready, although I would note that Justin Ivy, we have not been appointed to. He's in here for a suspended sentence division that I guess was not paid. I don't know.
Ivy,
Yeah,
that's all they're here for?
that's my understanding.
Bring them out, please. Did y'all not talk to these people at all? That would be a
So Judge, normally I try to talk to as many inmates as I can the night before. I wasn't able to get to the jail last night, so I did come this morning at 9 as soon as it was opened up, and spoke to as many people as I could get through.
Oh, I will just cancel my dental appointment and I'll just be here with y'all. If you fall out, doesn't matter.
I certainly apologize for that, Judge. Judge, this is Mr. Ivy.
How are you doing, Your Honor?
Miss Powell, Mr. Ivy has a SSD. He was here on, his case was closed on September 2nd of 2021. It's 2020CR09398, and he didn't take advantage of the amount of time that I gave him in order to pay his fines and fees. So the court, how long has he been in jail?
He was arrested on December 18th, Judge, of
He
2024.
spent Christmas in jail because he didn't pay fines and fees. So that's shameful, Mr. Ivy. So let's give Mr. Ivy credit for time served in lieu of the amount that he owes. And if you send over that modification, I'll sign it and see if we can get Mr. Ivy out of jail because he didn't listen to me the first time.
Yes, ma'am. You signed it about 2 hours ago. It's been sent to the clerk's office, so he is good to go.
All right, Mr. Ivy, you're good to go. Bye, sir.
Judge Powell, I appreciate it.
Did they call me?
Well, ma'am, I don't even know who you are. I don't have a Brencina Copeland on my calendar.
I'm sorry.
Can somebody tell me who Brencina Copeland is?
I'm a witness.
Okay, who's Miss Brencina Copeland related to?
Your Honor, it appears that Miss Copeland.
Ms. Copeland, what's the name of the person who is charged in your case?
Is it Corey Myers?
Oh, yes, Corey Myers.
Okay. She's the victim on Corey Myers' case, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I fell asleep and the phone turned off. So
That's
I'm
all right,
sorry.
Miss Copeland. I didn't call him yet.
We haven't got to him.
Okay. Okay, I'm going back on mute. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Y'all call me when y'all got somebody ready.
Thank you, Judge. Can I get a breakout room with Ms. Ponder?
Your Honor, that should be for Deputy Ponder. Thank
I'll
you.
put everybody in there, breakout room number 1.
Okay, thank
Because
you.
I don't want him to have to come back and say, well, can I get a breakout room for Ms. Hagler?
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Oh, okay. She's the last one. Okay. Anybody bring out any other females except the one he's talking to? Everyone's talking to Brooks, so any other ones.
Yates.
Please. Hi, Attorney Hagler. Are we ready to go back to the courtroom?
Ms. Hagler is in the courtroom. We're ready. Who's this?
I just saw her up. Okay, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed with Ms. Yates.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can put your hand down. Kiara Bernice Yates, 2024 CR 11094. You're before the court for assault, simple assault. You're represented by Attorney Taylor, who's with the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Taylor, what's your client plead to the offense before the court?
Your Honor, my client pleads nolo to the account of assault, simple.
By entering a plea of nolo, ma'am, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on their behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Ms. Hagler, I believe you're muted.
This is Deputy Ponder. She has the last half of the alphabet. So she's going to give you the facts for Yates.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, I don't know why I thought you all said Yates.
Oh.
Your Honor, on December 22nd, 2024, officers responded to Upper Riverdale Road and Old Dixie Road located here in Clayton County, Georgia, in reference to a simple assault. When officers arrived on scene, they made contact, Your Honor, with a Remarco Hayton, spelled Remarkco, last name Hayton, Hatton. Officers learned during the course of their investigation that there was a verbal altercation in which the defendant admitted to swinging her purse strap at the defendant. It's my understanding that the victim, was in fear of receiving a violent injury. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is as follows, is my understanding. It's 12 months probation, a $300 fine, suspended 40 hours of community service, to enroll and complete the family violence intervention program, and to have no violent or harassing contact with the named victim.
All right. They're related how?
I believe they were in a relationship, a romantic relationship.
All right. Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. They were previously in a romantic relationship. My client was actually trying to leave Mr. Hatton. They were in an altercation that Mr. Hatton initiated when he pushed her, sources vary, but either pushed her or punched her in the face. He also grabbed her purse, which caused the chain from the purse to be free, and she's admitted swinging, not striking, but did swing the purse chain in self-defense. Ms. Yates is unable to post bond. I told her I felt we had a strong defense at trial. However, she wishes to enter a plea so that, based on the state's recommendation, would allow her to be free from custody today. I will say that Ms. Yates is working and has a 3-year-old child. She's been in custody for 23 days and no longer has any contact with Mr. Hatton.
Is he the father of the child?
Is not the father.
Oh, thank God.
He has no reason to have any contact and assures me that that relationship is long over, and that during the situation, it was her trying to extricate herself from that situation.
Okay. All right. What,
Pretty much.
go ahead, sir.
I was just confirming with my client if there was anything additionally she wanted me to add, but she said that pretty much.
She was in for 23 days?
Since December 22nd. Yeah, I've got 22nd, so that's 9 days.
Okay.
Days, 23 days.
All right, so the court will accept your plea of no law. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 23 days credit for time served. Balance will be suspended as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia and no violent and no contact with Mr. Hatton.
Thank you, Your Honor. So,
all right, next.
Don't get in trouble, but it's got no fines. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, Mr. Lynch is speaking with Ms. Brooks. They're going to bring out either Ms. Jada Clark or Ms. Amani Muhammad.
Okay.
Both of those are a violation of probation petitions.
All right.
Just come on up here.
Who is this?
This is Ms. Clark. Yeah, Ms. Jada Clark.
All right, Ms. Clark, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2024 CR 07413. You were before this court on the 17th day of September 2024 for a simple battery, obstructing an officer, and theft of services. You had 8 months and 2 days remaining. Says that you failed to avoid injurious and vicious habits. You tested positive for cocaine. On December 11th, 2024, you failed to comply with counseling, substance abuse counseling as ordered. You failed to attend an AA or NA meeting 1 per week as directed, and you failed to pay $650 in arrears. All right, Mr. Taylor, what's going on?
Your Honor, we do stipulate to the positive test for cocaine. Regarding the failure to comply with counseling and failure to attend NA meetings, Ms. Clark has proof of taking the classes. I don't believe she's completed or the substance abuse treatment program. She has proof of attending to provide Ms. Chang and proof of attending the AA meetings. So that's the current, she lapsed.
How old are you, Ms. Clark?
Ma'am.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
All right.
Oh my God, what happened?
No, you're good.
Oh.
This goes out sometimes, but you
Okay.
can still see the judge here.
Okay.
27, Your Honor. And my understanding is there are some fines that are in arrears that she has indicated to me that she will be able to pay or make payments towards.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Clark, you have a job?
Yes, ma'am. I do a little bit of dancing at night. I dance, so I didn't indulge, but thank God, like in any alcohol, because I know that's the reason why I was on.
Ms. Clark, you dancing, but they don't serve cocaine at the clubs. I used to represent clubs, so I know that they serve alcohol, but they don't serve cocaine.
Yes,
what
ma'am.
I'm telling you is you're on probation. You have a responsibility to stay out of jail. Now, I don't mind you dancing. I mean, it's good work if you can do it. But then the money is good. But the problem that dancers have is y'all don't know what to do with the money. It's easy come, easy go. You never get set aside enough to take care of you when you can't dance anymore. When you get tired of dancing, you never buy anything that's going to last. And so because the money comes in fast, you live a wild life and you spend it fast. What I'm telling you is, if I know dancing ain't somebody's goal growing up, like, oh, I'm gonna grow up to be a dancer. But if that's what you do it and use it to better yourself and get to the next step.
Yes, ma'am. I hear you. Like, so
instead of just, bringing the money in and letting it go right out, instead of spending it on things that don't last, spend it on something you can use. Stack that money and buy a house. Don't buy no flashy car that's going to be gone, or that's going to waste your money. As soon as you drive it off the lot, it's worth a lot less than what you paid for. Buy a good, serviceable, usable car so you can get back and forth to work, and start thinking about the moves you're going to make in life. The first move being, you're going to stop using cocaine, because that's going to shorten your dancing career. You got me?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I making sense?
Absolutely. Crystal.
Do you know people who have suffered and not done what they need to do in the position you're in?
A lot of people.
So why do you want to add yourself to that? I don't look down on people who dance. That's a job.
Yes, ma'am.
But you use jobs for what they're supposed to be for, to get you to a next level, to make your life better.
Yes.
Do you have kids?
Yes, ma'am. I have an 11-year-old daughter.
Okay. You have an 11-year-old daughter. Your daughter does not need a mama who's turning to cocaine. You got me?
Yes.
You can explain the dancing. That's work. The cocaine, you can't. And as long as that's in your life, she probably won't be in your life. Who's caring for her?
My mother.
Okay, here's another secret. Your mom does not want to be the full-time caretaker for your daughter. When you go to jail, when you're not able, when you're not available to be there to do the homework, to walk her to school, to make sure she's taken care of, that she has what she needs, that falls on your mom. If your mama wanted another baby, she could have had one. She did not. She's doing that because she loves her granddaughter, but she doesn't want to have to do it.
Yes, ma'am.
You got me?
Yes, ma'am.
So you need to straighten up and fly right. You got somebody who's looking up at you, who's depending on you. You need to use that money for what it's for, to make sure she has stability in her life.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you consider yourself a good mama?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then good mamas make sure that their kids are safe, secure, and not wondering where they are at night. You hear me? So you're in jail, she's wondering what's going on. And some nosy family member has told her all about what's going on, because they can't keep nothing to themselves.
Yes, ma'am.
So you need to get back on track. You hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the recommendation, Ms. Chan?
Your Honor, probation recommends 6 days be revoked, credit for time served since January the 8th, return to probation under the same conditions.
All right, Ms. Clark, the reason people have come out here, and I've been dropping the hammer on revoking 6 months, revoking 90 days. The reason I'm giving you a break is because you came in here showing that you had at least gone to some of the programs I ordered you to go to. You understand? You have made an effort on probation to do some of what I asked you to do. All right? You didn't go out and get another charge. You did do something that's going to harm you, not somebody else, but you started on what I asked you to do. Be diligent about getting through with what I asked you to do. And the reason that certain things are in there, the counseling session, is because you need to be the best person that you can be so your daughter has the best mama she can have.
Yes, ma'am.
And those are things made to help you think through those issues. You understand me?
Yes,
Let me let you in on another little secret. I always think that when people turn to substances, it usually is because of one of two things: bereavement or trauma. You either have lost somebody very close to you and you're having trouble coping, or you have a trauma experience in your past and you have not dealt with it and you are having trouble coping. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counseling is there for you. Take some of that money and find you a therapist
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that you can get on the good path. There is nothing wrong with therapy. Been there, done that. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
But don't let somebody tell you, oh, you're not crazy, you don't need that. No, you're not crazy. But you want to be the best mama that you can be for your child, and you want to think through the issues and work through whatever has you stuck, whatever has you thinking that, let me just check out for a minute, let me take this cocaine. Whatever that is that has you stuck where you can't save this money and move on to the next part of your life. Whatever, don't be that cliche of the dancer who never lets it go.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to accept your plea. I'll sentence you. I'll revoke 6 days. I'll give you credit for time served. You'll go back to probation and complete the balance of your probation conditions. Did you order any, and you'll test at each report?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Clark, you got a baby. You got a child. She needs you. Every time you think about doing something stupid, her face should pop up in your head. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And
Ms. Chang, anything else?
yes, Your Honor, just to give Ms. Clark her next appointment for this Thursday, January 16th at 1:45.
Stuff that you've done, even if it's not finished, bring proof of it to Ms. Chang.
Okay.
What was that time and date again, Ms. Chang?
January 16th at 1:45.
Thank you, Ms. Chang.
Does this
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
All right, Ms. Clark, you know I understand the game, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I tell you, I used to represent clubs, so I probably represented 4 or 5 of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't get caught up. All right? All right, going back with the sheriff's office.
Thank you. You have a good day.
Thank you, Your
You
Honor.
too.
So here's your, bring out Ms. Brooks. You're good now. You're good. Just. Oh, I didn't realize it was here. Hey, you're gonna have.
Hey, Judge.
Get in there. Let me adjust the camera.
I'm in the wheelchair.
Let's see if we can both be in there. Now I got. Probably about as good as we're.
Oh,
gonna
she
get.
sees me.
Yeah, she does. I'm trying to get myself in the frame.
All right. Who's this?
Judge, this is Melissa Brooks.
I'm sorry?
This is Melissa Brooks.
Oh, Miss Brooks. Hey, Miss Brooks.
How are you doing, Judge?
I'm good, Miss Brooks. Let's talk about why you are here.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Is this a petition?
No, Judge, this is
Okay.
actually a
I'm just trying to find it on my calendar. That's all. That's all.
It should be page 1, the second position, Your Honor.
All right, I got it. So, Ms. Brooks, 2025 CR 00264, Melissa Rochelle Brooks, simple battery, count 1, simple battery, count 1, and public drunk, count 2. You're represented by the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis. Mr. Lynch is with you. Raise your right hand for me, ma'am. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can put your hand down. So you're before the court. Mr. Lynch, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Judge, she's going to enter pleas of guilty.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to counts 1 and 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about December the 16th of 2024, Officer Larnell Goolsby was dispatched to 7694 Terrell Boulevard, Jonesboro, Georgia, 30236, Clayton County, in reference to a disturbance. This is also known as the Happy Store number 2. During his investigation, it was determined that the defendant did commit the offense of simple battery when she reached into the vehicle of Jeffrey Tumlin, Tumlin, and grabbed him by his beard and pulled it. It was also determined that she committed the offense of public drunkenness when she caused a disturbance at the Happy Store 2 location while being under the influence of alcohol. The defendant was seen on camera sitting by the door of the Happy Store number 2 gas station and asking people for money. The defendant asked the daughter of Jeffrey Tumlin first and then saw her get into the vehicle. When the victim's daughter was seen getting into the vehicle, the defendant then went to the vehicle and asked Mr. Tumlin for money. Mr. Tumlin advised the defendant that he did not have any money for her, and at that time, the defendant reached inside the car, grabbing his beard and pulling it. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. For count 1, 12 months to serve, 90 days, balance suspended. The defendant is to have no contact with the victim, Jeffrey Tumlin. Count 2, 12 months to serve, 90 days, balance suspended. Again, the defendant to have no contact with the defendant. Both counts are to run concurrent, and the defendant can get credit since the day of lockup.
All right, Mr. Lynch.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to ask for something a little different, and I did speak to Ms. Brooks about this. I'm going to ask Your Honor to consider a probated sentence for Ms. Brooks. From speaking to Ms. Brooks, she has a 7-year-old child who's currently in her mother's custody.
She has a what?
She has a 7-year-old child. She's waiting, trying to get disability, Judge.
I got hit by
But the main point here, Judge, is that the offense, public drunkenness, obviously there's an alcohol component here, Judge. And I explained to Ms. Brooks that if you were to go with my recommendation of a probated sentence, that there would likely be drug and alcohol prohibition and testing, and potentially community service or something along those lines. Judge, I just would ask you to consider that rather than the.
What's her record look like?
I do not.
Yes, Your Honor. It's definitely pretty thick. She has, as far as criminal record, she definitely has about, looks like, to include this charge, looks like she has a total of a total of 40 cycles, including this charge. So I would say very extensive, 40 cycles, very extensive history.
But Judge, 2025 is a new year, and I know we're all gonna try to do better, and I think, Ms. Brooks.
Okay, Mr. Lynch, let's make sense. She's addicted. She doesn't have any sense of support. Her mama is taking care of her child. Her getting out has nothing to do with her child, or else her mama wouldn't already have custody of her child. So her getting out is in no way connected to her being able to support or care for her child, or her mama wouldn't have her on a full-time basis. Second of all, I'm not gonna burden up. I'm looking at all these probation cases where people are coming back and they're doing dumb stuff. And Miss Brooks is an addict. So I already know that she gonna mess up at least once, maybe twice. And she doesn't have any support to keep her on the straight and narrow. So I'm not gonna play that game. I'll give her 12 months to serve 90 days. Hopefully she can dry out by the time she gets out. If she makes the decision to go to a program, there may be one available for her. I don't have anything to send her to right now that would help her, but I don't anticipate that she can afford to go to substance abuse evaluation, that she can do any of the things that cost money. I don't even know that she has a home. So yeah, don't bring the kids unless we're actually talking about somebody who is going to contribute to their children. Now, I'll give Ms. Clark the benefit of the doubt because I know how much money dancers make. And I know her mama should be taxing her. If I'm keeping your child, I want that money for this child. Ms. Brooks? So 12 months to serve 90 days. Balance will be suspended, credit since the date of lockup. She's to have no contact with Jeffrey Tumblin on count 2. 12 months to serve 90 days. Balance suspended, no contact with Jeffrey Tumblin. No violations of the laws of the state of Georgia on both counts, and they'll run concurrent.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Is that like, do we do like the whole 90 or do?
That works. That's how the sheriff counts it, ma'am. I do.
I'm sorry.
But the sheriff can count and give you good time and all of that. I don't do that part, okay?
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right, but Miss Brooks, if you are serious about taking care of your child at some point, because your mama don't want your child. If she wanted another child, she would have had one. Number one, don't have another child. Condoms are cheaper than child support or child care. But number two, it's a guilty to both, Miss Wentz. Thank you. And so yeah. Don't have another child, and the one you got, if your mama's taking good care of her, stay out of the way until you get yourself together. Because the last thing she needs to remember is having her alcohol or drug addicted mother popping in and out of her life.
I agree. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Now, go back with the sheriff's office.
All right.
All right, next.
Judge, you got who we doing next? Muhammad.
I think it was that we haven't met with. There's Brittany Harris.
Okay.
And Your Honor, next up will be Miss Amani Muhammad, probation violation.
Okay.
And we're trying to finish the females. That was Miss Brooks.
Okay.
Still have Miss Brittany Harris. And possibly one other female.
Brittany Harris in there.
Miss Val, you keep sending me the SSD. I signed them all, including Christmas. Do I need to sign them all again?
That's the second set. I kind of was sending them like 7 at a time instead of trying to do a whole bunch.
Oh,
you signed
okay.
the first set. That's the second.
Thank you. I'll look at them again.
All right. Thank you.
Let's see what the judge wants to do. 30 days, pretty much. She's only got 42 days total.
Muhammad, raise your right hand for me.
Yeah.
Solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. Your report 2020 CR 04131 Imani Jahar Muhammad, you were before this court for theft by taking on the 12th day of May 2022, sentenced to 12 months on probation. You have 1 month and 11 days remaining. Your sentence was told because you failed to report on June 15th, June 30th, July 15th, August 15th, September 15th, September 30th, October 17th, November 15th, and December 15th of 2022. Oh, they should have violated you a long time ago. January 15th, January 31st, February 15th, March 2nd, and within 10 days of March 6th of 2023. You last checked in on February 7th of 2023 by phone. I don't know that phone and mail was part of your probation, but that is how you checked in. You owe $693.03 with in arrears. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Your Honor, we stipulate to the failures to report. I do believe the sentence was told, so that we still have approximately 41, 42 days remaining on her sentence. Ms. Chang recommended 30 days or an alternative if she completes her payment of restitution of $93.03 to, I don't know the victim in the case, but I spoke with Ms. Muhammad, and she indicated there's 2 people I can contact that may be able to assist her with making good on that restitution payment. And I've got phone numbers for 2 contacts. One is her mother and one's a friend.
All right, the court is going to revoke the balance. Defendant shall serve 1 month and 11 days. Upon service of that time, the defendant's case shall be closed.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, they're having to switch inmates in the booth and also send down completed cases or positions. So we'll be right back.
Can you pull out Miss, Eric?
Which one is she?
She's the one young, she's,
Is she taller than the
she's on
The
the
one
right
that she
side.
was beautiful?
Yes, she's beautiful. Judge, can I make a calendar request?
Is it gonna move along the remaining 8 cases that we have?
It would move one along to next week, Judge.
All right, which one?
I was gonna ask if Miss Brittany Harris could be set for next week.
All right,
She's not exactly in the mood to,
all right, that's fine. If Miss Harris is in a mood to spend another week in jail, that's on her. Harris reset 1 week.
thank you, Judge. Since we get done talking to them, we got a couple mails that need to go back in there. I'll tell you who they are. It's gonna be Marshall, Wedlow, and then Myers, and Nolton.
Nolton?
They don't have to talk to them on these. Well, we Wedlow. So I talked to the prosecutor and asked her if she would change anything. She's not going to. So essentially, she's saying 3 cases, 30 days per case. Yes, get credit for the time, sir. Yes. that's possible. Go up there and ask the judge for it, the judge can't hear you, it's up to it, but if you do the full 90, you have another 60 days left. Okay, if they're giving you 2 for 1, it might be less than that, but I don't know. This is, so we can either, I went over the 3 cases, I want you to plead guilty to all 3 of them. And so you don't have to, obviously, you can plead not guilty. But with 3 cases, it's not a good idea to go non-negotiated. 2 cases, each charge within each case can carry up to a year. So basically today, you can take a probated sentence, which does require you to family violence intervention program. And I believe there were a few other conditions on it, but mental health eval was one of them. You may talk to the probation officer as to what they'll accept. Yes. They may accept previous stuff, or you may have to just go get a new mental health eval. But if you show them that you're taking treatment and stuff like that could count. So basically, I'm gonna start to figure out, do you want to go forward with what the state's recommending, or do you want to do not? 90 days. You should, yes. The thing about it is, so, well, so you're getting, I don't think it's gonna count, it counts, but the thing about it is this. The second case was Cedric Wedlow, not everything, Eric. So, first one with Cedric is 45 days. Okay. Second one is 45 days concurrent. And then the last one is 90 days. So it's a total of 90 days. So, the way it's structured, it's gonna have 9 days minus the amount we don't have to take this today. We can not get it. I'll let you get it out. I talked to the prosecutor, tried to negotiate something a little bit less time. She said no. She said 3 cases on 30 days. So she's not going to change anything. The only other option is to ask the judge that you have 3 cases. It's not a good idea. Each charge carries up to a year. So if you want to get over with, I would just take what's on the. I think like you and if I take you, is there a way as the still even say no? No, if we do a negotiated plea, that means we agree to it. If we ask the judge to do something different, I can do that. That means we're not negotiating. That means the judge can do anything she wants. And today is not the day. So if you want to take the offer that's on the table, or 9 days minus days, 20 days. Yes, sir. I don't know. It's not. You gotta be prepared to do the whole day. There's no way to find out if they can't tell you. They can't tell you. I don't know what the sheriff can tell you, but they can't tell you right now. The judge can't tell you. So how they classify you, whether you get that, but you gotta be prepared to do the full 90 days. There's nothing I'm gonna be able to tell you. That's zero information. I'm not saying for next court date.
But there was a separate window, like since you got it all today, you figured out today.
Right, well, you'd be on the same calendar, but like if you said you want to go to trial, it's trial, you can separate it. But like if we pled not guilty to everything, we go on the calendar together. But,
because of my father, he's not going to press any charges. Hopefully he's the only one who wants to try to go out. So you can actually if I can wait,
one of those not able to do that, but next trial calendar is in February. January now, so it'll be a couple months. We can do that if you want to. And where I can come talk to you, try to go back to the calendar if you want to put it out, but. Okay. All right. Let me see if she's ready to take it. Judge, we have a plea ready for Mr. Wedlow.
Yeah, for all three of his cases.
Yes, Judge. It's going to be negotiated.
All right, because I'm feeling kind of like maybe some of this should have been transferred because that last one probably was an ag stalking. Raise your right hand, Mr. Wedlow.
Hello, ma'am.
Raise your right hands.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Taj Brandon Wedlow. Mr. Wedlow, you have 3 cases before this court. On case 2024 CR 06670, you're charged with battery, family violence. Count 1, battery. Count 2, simple battery, family violence. Count 3, simple battery. Count 4. On the case 2024 CR 06671, you're charged with simple battery, family violence. Count 1, simple battery. Count 2. On the case 2025 CR 00261, you're charged with family violence or ordinance violation. What is your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Judge, on 2024 CR 06670, he'll plead guilty to count 1, battery, family violence. I believe the remaining charges would merge. Case 2024 CR 06671, he will plead guilty to simple battery, family violence. Count 1, I believe count 2 would merge, and it would be a guilty plea on 2025 CR 00261.
By entering these guilty pleas to each of these offenses on each of these 3 cases, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis.
Yes, Your Honor. In case 2024 CR 06670, this is the first incident, took place on October the 10th, 2023. Officers responded to 8571 Taylor Road, located here in Clayton County, Georgia, in reference to a domestic dispute. When officers arrived on scene, they made contact with Cedric Wedlow, CEDRIC Wedlow, the same as defendant WEDLOWE. He stated that there was a verbal altercation with his son, later identified as the defendant before it turned physical. Officers learned in the course of their investigation that the defendant got upset and punched the victim in his mouth, in which officers did was able to take a photo of his mouth and his injuries on his right hand. I'm sorry, the defendant's injuries on his right hand, which was consistent with the victim's statement. In case 2020, 2025 CR 002.
You skipped one.
Yes, 2024 CR 06671. This incident date, Your Honor, is May 28th, 2024. Officers responded to the same location, 8571 Taylor Road, located here in Clayton County, Georgia, in which officers learned that it was the same victim from the last case, Eric Wetlow. Officers learned during the course of their investigation that there was a verbal altercation when the defendant became physical while punching his father in the face multiple times. There was no injuries in this case.
I was just gonna.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I didn't say anything.
In case 2025 CR 00261, officers responded to the same incident locations as the previous two cases. 8571 Taylor Road, located here in Clayton County, Georgia. Just for the record, Your Honor, the victim is the same victim from the previous two cases, Eric Wetlow, which is the defendant's father.
Two separate
Officers learned that there was a family violence protective order. And at that point, the defendant was in violation. Those are the facts of that case, Your Honor. The state's recommendations, my understanding, is as follows. All three cases will run concurrent. 12 months to serve, 90 days.
Nope.
Can I just, Judge, I wanted to correct one thing about the factual basis. The two cases do not have the same victim. The first case is Eric Widlow, and the other one is the first one is Cedric, I'm sorry, and the second two.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay.
And the last two is Eric. I do apologize. That is correct.
I just, Judge, and I don't think, I understand you said no, but I just want to make sure if the state could get the full recommendation out there, because it's not just a balanced suspended sentence. It does have a probation, FVIP, mental health eval components as well.
Okay, let me ask you this. How old is Mr. Wedlow?
I believe he's 28 or 27, if I'm not mistaken. He was born in 1997.
How old is Mr. Cedric Wedlow?
53.
When I saw 51. So at the time of this incident in 2023, the father was 51 and the defendant was 26.
Okay, so his father and his brother are the victims in this case, because Eric is his brother, correct?
Yes.
So
Eric,
y'all want to do a probation case with somebody who's already violated the terms and conditions of bond. You want to send him to probation to do all of this complicated stuff that requires money and stability, and he can't go back home to his father and his brother. So where y'all figure he gonna base himself while he's doing all this?
Well, I didn't think there was a stay away.
Oh, there's gonna be a stay away. Why would I send him back? He's had 3 incidents at the same. Y'all use some common sense. He has 3 incidents at the same location, 2 of which are violence, and 1 of which is he's so hard-headed he won't even listen to the court that says you're not to go back to that location. Go back to the drawing board.
and Your Honor, I will
This case
notify
will be reset for a week, so for y'all to think about this, because y'all don't know me at all. Been on this bench, 7 years, 8 years, and y'all don't understand that A, you're not going to repeatedly violate the court's orders. B, you're not going to keep going back to the same location. And C, he is not a probation candidate.
Hey, Your Honor, I will speak to Mr. Lynch. I was just communicating the offer that was on the file. And it was given by someone that was above my pay grade. So, but however, I will speak to Mr. Lynch.
Yes. Ms. Costa, Amber Costa.
Yeah. I mean, I could have got her through that, but we didn't show out.
This one's complicated.
No, you're good. Listen, I know how I've been acting the last 2 days, but we gotta do something about this.
Your Honor, I just have a request.
What's the request, Ms. Ponder?
Your Honor, may I step away briefly? Mr. William Tipton will handle my cases M through Z, but I just wanted to get permission from the court.
Yes, ma'am, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is this Ms. Costa? Is this Ms. Costa?
It is, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2024 CR 10593, Amber Nicole Costa, battery family violence count 1, battery count 2, simple battery family violence count 3, and simple battery count 4. You're represented by the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis. Mr. Taylor, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, after discussing her situation, we wish to enter a guilty plea. However, we would like to be heard on sentencing because this is a complicated domestic violence situation.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to count 1, counts 2, 3, and 4 will merge. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about December the 7th of 2024, Officer R. Adams, ADAMES, was dispatched to 6358 Old Dixie Road, room 342, Clayton County, Georgia, in reference to a disturbance. During his investigation, it was determined that the defendant did commit the act of battery family violence and that the defendant intentionally punched the victim, Mr. Lonnie King, with her right hand on the right side of his mouth, causing visible bodily harm. That was observed by the officer. Officer Adams observed the victim's upper and lower lips were bruised. And he also observed that the victim was bleeding from his upper lip. The defendant and the victim do share a child together. Your Honor, those are the pertinent facts of the case. The state's offer for count 1 is 12 months probation, a fine of $500. The defendant is to complete 40 hours of community service, to complete the family violence intervention program, and to have no contact with the victim. And also, Your Honor, the victim is on the call and he would like to give a victim impact statement.
All right. Mr. King, unmute, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell me what's going on.
Let me start here.
The problem is she's an alcoholic. That's the problem.
Mr.
That's
King,
like,
can you
she's
get to a
alcoholic.
place, Mr. King? Can you get to a place where your Wi-Fi is a little bit better?
Oh, is my Wi-Fi? Okay. Hang on for a second. Can you hear me? Can you see me now?
I see you just fine. It's just that I hear it. I don't hear you well. Either maybe
Okay.
getting.
I know what it is. I know what it is. I got it. Let me put that off. Okay, can you hear me now?
That's perfect. All right. Tell me what's going on.
Okay, yes. Oh, okay, the problem is she needs some help. You know, she's an alcoholic, you know, and the thing is, we just had a newborn daughter, just came from the NICU. And my daughter has 3 holes behind her heart, you know what I mean, from alcohol fetal poisoning, you know, due to why she was pregnant. It's been several cases I tried to address Miss Costa on the alcohol when she was pregnant with my daughter Embriella, and you know we'll get into it. I mean, it'll be strenuous, you know, and I didn't want to like cause a miscarriage and then, so I really just address it like that, you know, and I have to work all the time too, you know. Actually, I have to work 10 hours a day. Actually, some days sometimes 7 days a week. So she has been drinking when I was DQ. And I wanted to cut the music down because the music was loud, you know. And she refused to, and that went back and forth. And then next thing you know, she grabbed my daughter, picked her up, and came and hit me in the mouth. Okay, so then she tried to proceed to come at me again, which this doesn't happen before on several occasions. Just I didn't have a child with her, you know. And she kept trying to call, so I tried to get her back. So I guess she didn't like the fact that I told her to cut the music down, so she said she's gonna call the police on me and say I've been jumping on her, you know. So when the police get there, you know, they see my mouth busted up, my mouth red, and by that time she put my daughter back in the bassinet. But she went open the door for them because she's trying to hide alcohol. You know, she's trying to hide the alcohol. And I had just actually just got off work at that time. I hadn't been home at least about like an hour and a half or 2 hours. So I was very tired. She wouldn't let them in. You know, I tried to open the door and let the police in, you know, because I didn't have nothing to hide, because I knew what happened. And she knocked me out the way, slammed the door back. So they was about to go get the door open and find the shit up and open it. You know, so then she tell them that I did something to her walking out the door, you know. And I really need her to get some help. I don't want to raise my daughter like that around. I talked to her before she had Briella. My daughter, I told her, you gotta get to.
So, Mr. King, how long has Miss Costa had this drinking problem? Okay, Mr. King is gone. He's back. Mr. King?
Okay, hold back. Yes,
How long has Miss Costa had a drinking problem?
Man, since I met her,
Okay, so she's had a drinking problem since you met her, but you thought it was a good idea to have a baby.
I didn't think, you know what, to be honest with you, she was on birth control, and I didn't think I could have any kids.
Oh my God, Mr. King, I cannot. Have we not, like, really?
I did.
Do you have a working penis, sir?
Yeah, it works.
Have you been to a doctor who's told you you couldn't have babies?
No, I haven't went to, you're right, man.
Okay, then, so stop saying that foolishness.
Yeah.
I ain't really think I could have none. That's just foolishness, Mr. King. Stop. I need people to start thinking about, Mr. King, listen to me. I don't care who you talk to. I need people to start thinking about who they are procreating with. That means having babies with before they have them. You knew she had a problem with before when you first met her, but you stuck it out. Oh, I still want to be with you. But then you brought a baby into this situation. So I bring you, Mr. King, because you're the one who's not on alcohol.
No. So this is the second time I have been with her. I really thought that she had a job and she had a place to stay the second time I met her. And I'm thinking that maybe she got everything under control. But as I got deeper into the relationship, it was out of control. And I mean, now she got pregnant and I had a daughter by her.
Okay, so Mr. King, what you want me to do? You say she needs help. Okay, y'all have a child to raise together. This is gonna be a complicated situation from now forward. But Mr. King, don't tell nobody that foolishness about you ain't think you could have no babies. And so we going around having babies without precautions because, well, you know, I didn't think I could have none. And the second one, where she told me she was on birth control. Just foolishness. Y'all, neither one of y'all are prepared to be parents and y'all bringing babies into the situation. It's not funny, Mr. King. You got an infant now.
I'm prepared. I am prepared. So, because I know with the risk are, I'm prepared for it. Financially and mentally.
Mr. King, you already telling me you working every day, 10 hours a day. So you're not going to be any help with the baby. But you thought it was a good idea to have one.
Yeah, I do have childcare while I work. And then I come home and I take care of the child. I have childcare.
Okay, well, that's good. Then hopefully Ms. Costas will be able to take advantage of the childcare too. All right, sir, I have heard Ms. Costas has a problem. Let's talk about how we deal with that. All right, so the recommendation in this case is a $500 fine. Does Ms. Costas currently have a job?
No,
because the address that I've got, is that a apartment complex? What address is that?
Okay, it was a hotel, but I had to move because I had to get childcare. So I recently moved right after that. You know, when she got incarcerated, I recently moved because I had to have childcare. I couldn't go to work and watch the child at the same time. So,
Mr. King,
man,
who's watching the child?
my mother.
Your who?
Hello.
My mother's watching the child.
Okay.
Okay, right now my mother's
So
watching the child.
You moved back in with your mom?
Yeah.
Okay, where were you living before you moved in with your mom?
Oh, it was the hotel. I was staying there
Because
weekly.
I recognize the address. And what I'm telling you is, y'all living in a hotel, you working 10 hours a day, you already recognize that she has an alcohol problem, but y'all decide to have a baby. Don't make a bit of sense. And now your baby is dependent upon your mama wanting to keep her while you work 10 hours a day. Mr. King, be quiet for me. What's going on with Ms. Constance?
All right. Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Well, as the prosecutor indicated in the factual basis or the partial factual basis, there was a domestic issue that resulted in an argument between Mr. King and Ms. Costa. Ms. Costa sustained injuries in this altercation, but hopefully in the attempt to have the police not take both Mr. King and or Ms. Costa into custody, she told the police that nothing had happened to her. When the police went and spoke with Mr. King, he told the police that Ms. Costa had struck him.
Well, he said that the police came and there was blood all over his mouth, so he wasn't gonna really be able to hide that.
Well, the police also observed that Ms. Costa had injuries to her face, but she told the police that she had knocked herself against. What she told the police was she might have cut her face on the furniture, and she was banging her hand on the brick pillar beside the outside railing.
Okay, what is it you want me to do, Mr. Taylor?
Well, first of all, there's a 1-month baby involved.
I'm clear.
There's a custody issue going on between Mr. King and Ms. Costa. Mr. King has not legitimized the baby. He doesn't have any parental rights at this time. However, he's using this situation to gain leverage over Ms. Costa. I believe that's why he's here today, although I can't accurately speak to that. Ms. Costa does have a job. She is currently on maternity leave. So hopefully,
what's her job?
Her job is working at Heyday Facial Salon. I believe I have that correct. That's in Atlanta.
Yes, in Midtown.
In Midtown. She's a laundry attendant at that. And my understanding is because she's been on maternity leave, her incarceration hasn't currently affected her job. She will be able to go back to it. She hasn't been able to bond out, so that limits
How long has she been in jail?
37 days, Your Honor, and her family lives in Kentucky, so she hasn't been able to arrange a bond here. And certainly Mr. King, while I'm sure he's very concerned about the welfare of his baby, the baby's mother, he hasn't attempted to do anything to help her get out of jail to provide care for a very young infant.
I get that, Mr. Taylor, but it used to be the policy of the jail that the person who was the victim of the crime couldn't post bond. So I'm not sure what he was supposed to do. And these people don't have finances like that. Y'all think that bond is like, oh, well, just reach in your pocket and pull out $1,000. Mr. King looked like he got bond money.
Well, Your Honor,
He already just said he's working 10 hours a day. Ms. Costa is not working. They were living in a hotel. Sometimes I need for y'all to understand the financial circumstances that people are in. You talk about a custody case. Mr. King ain't on no custody. He is survived. This is survive. I got somebody to take care of this child while I'm working 10 hours a day.
Your Honor, Mr. King contacted Ms. Costa and said, you can't come get the baby because you have an order against you having contact with me. To me,
Mr. King, be careful how much law you know, because you're not legally the father of that baby. So let's be clear. There's a lot going on here. That's not my business. So what is my business is she's been charged with battery. She's entering a plea of guilty to battery. Does she have a first offender she wants to use or no?
first offender means that if you get all the way through the sentence with no violations of probation, you will not be found guilty. However, if you violate any of the conditions of probation, you will be found guilty, and you are also subject to resentencing, which means that the judge can incarcerate you for the balance of the sentence up to 12 months. Can you take about 2 steps to the left, please? Is that something that you wish to do? And have you used the first offender sentence on no? Have you ever had any other misdemeanor charges? Fair?
Yeah, 2 years. The ones I'm in now is 2 years.
And was it a traffic violation or
No.
okay. Your Honor, I don't believe Ms. Costa qualifies for the first offender.
Okay, so on the guilty plea, count 1, 12 months to serve, 12 months credit for time served, balance will be probated, fine of $500 will be suspended, 40 hours of community service, and a family violence intervention program class, and she's to have no contact with Lonnie King. Any contact regarding the child has to go through the courts, as the legal parent, she should be able to address that either through the police or through the courts. Otherwise, she's not to have contact with Mr. King.
Your Honor, we would ask if you could waive probation fees for at least the first couple of months until she gets back on.
All right, I'll wait for 3 months. All right, you can go back with the sheriff's office.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Was
12
that
months.
a $500 suspended fine?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Right. All right, next.
Judge, we can do Mr. Marshall.
Okay.
That's the thing. You can get your baby with a check. You heard her say, don't tell him.
Y'all, the victim in the Myers case has been on here all day. She has traveled to work. She's at work. Is there any reason why we can't do that case?
Judge, we weren't previously appointed on Mr. Myers. I haven't spoken to him. We'll speak to him next.
Mr. Lynch, is that you who's sending me these jabbers? I mean, not these jabbers, these instant messengers?
Yes, sir, about Mr. Nolton. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to figure out why the courtroom was sending me that, and they just clicked for a second ago. Okay, we have what, Myers and Nolan left?
We have Mr. Marshall, I believe we're doing next, and then we have Nolton, and we have
Davenport, Myers, Nolton, Marshall.
Okay, I'm gonna grab those two files and walk down there. I think it'll be a little more expeditious if I just walk down there.
Thank you.
You know as well as I do. You know as well as I do why they don't move me into Hayward.
Yeah, I just unmuted the mic, by the way. We got a hot mic. You ready to go forward on Marshall?
Marshall, yeah. So what were we talking about, Marshall?
So he's been in custody for 90 days. Judge, we're ready to go forward on a negotiated plea for Tyshawn Marshall. Okay, so I guess While we're waiting, I'm gonna go tell Mr. Nolton, are you gonna be able to amend that?
I'm gonna run to my office a minute right after we get this. I wanna get this victim taken care of as soon as
The
possible.
victim is on the next case, Mr. Meyer.
Can we just do the case?
Is this for Nolton? Is Nolton here right now?
This is Mr. Marshall. This is Mr. Marshall.
Gotcha. Okay, so we got Marshall. So we're ready on Marshall.
Yeah.
Mr. Marshall, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Tyshawn Jamil Marshall, 2025 CR 00259 for battery family violence, count 1, battery count 2, simple battery family violence, count 3, and simple battery count 4. What is your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Guilty to count 1, Judge.
All right, counts 2, 3, and 4 will merge by entering a plea of guilty to count 1. Mr. Marshall, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On November 9th of 2024, officers were called to 7835 Adamson Road in Jonesboro here in Clayton County. There they made contact with Miss Sylvester, Miss Sylvester Robinson. That's Sylvester. I'm sorry, Mr. Sylvester Robinson. Sylvester Robinson, who advised that the defendant before you, Mr. Marshall, did cause physical harm to Mr. Robinson by striking him in the face with a closed fist, leaving him with a swollen lip. They were living in the same household at the time of said offense.
All right. Recommendation?
Your Honor, it's going to be 12 months served, 90 days, credit for time served, family violence intervention program, and no contact with the victim. Those are the.
Is he a probation candidate?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe probation would be beneficial to him.
Not whether it is beneficial, but whether he can successfully complete it without having issues.
Judge, I spoke to Mr. Marshall as to that end. He indicated to me that he could get through probation, although I did have some concerns.
Does he have a job?
He's not currently working, Judge. He's been in.
Does he have a stable place to stay?
Well, Judge, so prior to this, he was staying at the incident location, which is his mother's house. But he has indicated to me that he will. He has got somewhere to go that's safe.
All right, 12 months, 90 days, credit for time served, balance will be suspended as long as he has no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia and that he does not go back to the incident location. He has one opportunity to go back to get any personal property, but he must go with a sheriff's deputy or law enforcement in order to keep the peace.
Your Honor, the court said the balance was suspended. It was the state. Was that the court's intent? Because the state had.
Yes, the court's intent is to suspend. All right, next.
Judge, I think. Give me one moment. We'll have Nolton ready to go. So for Nolton, it's no probation. You're not. Okay. So.
Let me go and get that taken care of right away. And Mr. Lynch, I've updated that accusation for you. I'll be back down in the courtroom with you in a moment.
Great, we'll be ready to go forward with Mr. Nolton.
Okay, who's this? Who's this? Are we ready to go, or are you still talking to him?
Well, I wanted to inform the court that we're entering a not guilty plea today. Mr.
Who's this?
Corey Myers.
All right, ma'am, Mr. Myers is entering a not guilty plea. You'll be given information from the Solicitor General's office, victim witness advocate. I'm sorry it took us so long to get here. Mr. Myers will be going back to the jail, and his case will continue per his agreement with his attorneys. All right, so you're excused at this time, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, who is this, Your Honor?
She's the victim who's been online this whole time.
We have multiple victims listed in this accusation, and there's no females listed as a victim.
Maybe she's his mom. She last name starts with a B.
A name? I just don't know who it is.
No, I was hit by him. They took a picture of my face because he hit me.
Okay, what's your name, ma'am?
Brencina Copeland.
Brencina Copeland.
Yes, ma'am. And my husband, Raymond Renard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we're entering a not guilty. The primary reason is Mr. Myers has other opinions.
I don't care why y'all entering a not guilty. It's okay. I'll take it. This is right. All right, Myers, not guilty.
I would just like to ask that it be brought back in 2 weeks. This matter may change in 2 weeks, but or we can go on the calendar.
All right, Ms. Copeland, you'll be given information from the Victim Witness Assistance Program, and they'll tell you if you're required to be in court again, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am, and thank you for your patience.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. You're a great judge.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, so Nolton and Davenport, what we doing?
We're ready for negotiated plea on Nolton, Judge. What, sir? We're ready to go forward on a negotiated resolution for Mr. Nolton, Judge.
And Your Honor, so the court is aware in case ending in 252, The state has amended that to be a state disorderly conduct.
Okay, that's fine. Is this Nolton or Davenport?
Nolton. Nolton, Judge. I know. Have we talked to Davenport?
Put it in there.
All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hands down. Anthony Jamichael Nolton, 2025 CR 00252, representative of Lister Holton Dennis. Mr. Lynch is with you. Mr. Lynch, what's he pleading?
Judge, he's gonna plead guilty to the offense.
Amended charge of disorderly conduct state.
Yes, Judge, that's a guilty plea. And
All right, but
there's
by entering the plea of guilty to the amended charge of disorderly conduct state, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. Give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. If you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. For both cases, specifically case ending in 273, that's the case with the criminal trespass. On December the 19th of 2024, officers with the Clayton County Police Department on September the 29th of 2024, officers with the Clayton County Police Department were called to the incident location at 871 Poplar Springs Road in Riverdale, Georgia. At that location, the defendant before you, Mr. Nolan, did damage the property of Kimenthia, Kimenthia Nolton, without her consent, specifically causing damage to a light fixture that was valued at less than $500. The state's recommendation on the criminal trespass in 273 is 12 months probation, 40 hours of community service, $300 fine, no violent or harassing contact with the victim. It's not a restitution amount on the file, but let me see if there's one in the victim notes. No restitution has been requested, Your Honor. And with regard to case ending in 252, on September 29th of 2024, the defendant, Mr. Nolton, did at the same location, 871 Poplar Springs Road here in Clayton County in Riverdale, did tell his mother did threaten to damage property that belonged to his mother. The state's recommendation on that, Your Honor, is that it run concurrent with case ending in 273, and there will be no additional requirements beyond just following all the requirements of case ending in 273.
Once again, is he probation eligible? Meaning,
Yes,
does he have someplace to live other than at his mama's house?
Yeah, so he indicates he can go to his dad's house if he needs to. He can get he's a good probation candidate. He understands that he's going to have to report and complete these conditions, or he's going to be rearrested on a probation violation. I do think he's a good probation candidate, Judge, from speaking to him.
Okay, we need the full case number for the first case, which I didn't even know we had 2 cases.
Judge, and I thought they were both on the calendar, but I was sent recommendations for both. Can you read out that full case number for the criminal trespass again? And we will plead guilty to that as well, Judge.
Yes, that is 2025 CR 00273.
All right. So, sir, you're entering a plea of guilty on criminal trespass 2025 CR 00273. 12 months probation, fine. 40 hours of community service, a fine in the amount of $300, and you're to have no quote unquote violent or harassing contact with Kamithia Nolton. You're also before the court for disorderly conduct, which is the amended charge after on the case 2025 CR 00252. And on that case, it will also be 12 months probation, 40 hours of community service, $300 fine, no violent or harassing contact with Kamithia Nolton. Fines, same sentence to run concurrent. No additional fees, just one $300 fine. All right.
And Your Honor, so the court is aware too, this is Mr. Nolton's first arrest that we have, his first 2 arrests that we have on record, and he is only 18. So I do think, so I'm hopeful that this is just a situation, the state is hopeful that this is just a situation of teenage toxicity.
Mr. Nolton, I'm gonna just tell you something right now. In most cases, your mama is your biggest cheerleader. And if you start out your criminal career abusing your mama, ain't gonna be nobody there to put money on your books to establish bond for you. If you too grown to do what your mama says in her house, you need to leave her house. Because folk out here where they have to have gum subsidized, they can't even pay for nothing for themselves, but they gonna buck up and say they gonna not take out the trash or do dishes or it. If I find out that that's the case while you on probation with me, then I'm gonna ban you from your mama's house, and you're gonna have to figure out how to make it in this cold, cruel world. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Go back with the sheriff's office.
And Your Honor, if I may, the victim is on. She does wish to give an victim impact statement.
Ms. Nolton.
Thank you.
All right, unmute, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly
I had to take my mic off. I'm sorry. How you doing?
You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, tell me what you want me to know. You can put your hand down.
Yes, I just feel like he do need to live with his father, because this is like a ongoing incident, and like you said, it's something simple. It's just cleaning up behind yourself. And he'll have a whole temper tantrum about he'll just tear up everything in the house.
Does he have mental health issues?
ADHD. But to me, I don't feel like that's a mental health issue. But he was diagnosed with ADHD.
All right. So, sir, you're not to go back to the location of Miss Kamithia Nolton's home. What's it was stated as the incident location, unless you go back with the sheriff's officer to get your own personal property so that you can live at your dad's house. And I'm talking about any ID or work clothes or things like that. But you're not going to abuse your mama and then keep going back to her house and abusing her again. You gonna figure out how to make it in this cold, cruel world. Go to your daddy's house, abuse him. We clear? Because he's not gonna take that. So obviously you picking your victims the way you think you're supposed to. Because I don't think your daddy gonna sit up there and let you just tear up his house and act a fool, as my grandparents would say. So what I'm saying to you is no violent or harassing contact with your mom, and you can't go back and live with her house. So you're gonna have to find a place to live. We clear?
Yeah.
All right, young man, go be great. Next.
And Your Honor, just to make sure we clarify the record, would you like me to place that address on the record once more for the clerk?
No, I think Miss Wright has it.
I have it, 871 Poplar Springs Road, Riverdale.
Thank
I
you.
have faith in her. All right, Miss Nolton, you have a part to play in this also. Don't baby him. He's a grown man. At 18, you don't have to provide nothing for him. And if you keep coddling him and letting him come back to your house, the next time he come, he gonna bring babies.
You right.
All right.
All right, have a nice one. Thank you.
You too, ma'am. Take care. Davenport.
Your Honor, we're bringing up Mr. Davenport. And Your Honor, there's a case on the calendar, Justin Ivy. It looks like it was closed in 2021. But
It was an SSD.
Yes. Are we addressing that today?
We did it already.
My apologies, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Davenport. Raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. All right, you can put your hand down, Mr. Davenport. You're before the court on 2021 CR 05868, Devin Marquin Davenport. No license, count 1. Driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 2. No tag, expired or invalid tag, count 3. And suspended registration, count 4. What is your client plead to the offenses before the court, Mr. Taylor?
Your Honor, client pleads nolo to count 2, driving on a suspended license.
All right.
And I believe the information I have is that he did not own the vehicle that he was driving. The state may wish to reconsider 3 and 4, and no license should be no process based on a plea to count 2.
Okay, what now? So he's pleading to count 2. What's 1, 3, and 4?
1 is no license.
No, what is the plea?
The plea would, I expect, a no process on count 1 because of a plea to count 2, which is suspended license.
Okay, and 3 and 4?
3 and 4, Mr. Davenport does not own the vehicle, never owned the vehicle, and does not have it at this time. The state may wish to amend or have an announcement on that.
All right, from the state.
Your Honor, that's fine. If he doesn't have the vehicle, the state has no problems not processing count 3. So in total, it looks like counts 2 through 4 would be not processed, and then he's gonna be pleading to count 1.
No. Well, I had that he was pleading to count 2, and counts 1, 3, and 4 will be no process.
He does have a license that's been suspended out of Alabama. So 2 would be the appropriate plea.
Okay. So we're just moving on to number 2.
All right.
Thank you.
By entering a plea of nolo to count 2, counts 1, 3, and 4 will be no process. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things?
If you understand these.
No, man, explain it. Like, explain what you're saying.
I'm sorry?
No, I don't. I'm trying to.
You're giving.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah. I understand.
The Davenport, you're entering a plea of no contest. The other 3 charges are going to be dismissed. By entering this plea of no contest, you're not going to trial. You're not going to put up any evidence. You're going to tell us what happened, or they're going to tell us what happened on the factual basis. The state you're losing the right to be innocent because you're entering a plea. And if you're not a United States citizen, if you were to enter a plea of guilty or nolo and not be a citizen, it could affect your citizenship or ability to get citizenship. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How old are you, sir?
31.
You're how old?
31.
Okay. All right. Recommendation.
Did you want a factual basis as well, Your Honor, or just
No, ma'am.
go to the, okay, yes, Your Honor. So the state will be, not processing count 1, count 2, a fine of $500, and the state will not process counts 3 and 4.
All right, how long is he gonna need to pay this $500?
Well, Your Honor,
How long has he been in jail?
15 days,
How long?
15 days since
All
December.
right, he'll be credit for lockup in lieu of the $500 fine. Mr. Davenport, if you don't get your license straight, the next time it's gonna be $1,000. The time after that, it's gonna be $1,500. Can we get our license straight, please? You're too old for this foolishness.
I know, I'm almost done paying for him.
You what?
I'm almost done paying my tickets off.
All right, get it done. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.